evening, everyone. The mission of the City School District of Albany is to educate and prepare all students for college and career, citizenship, and life in partnership with our diverse community. If we could please have a moment of silence in memory of the lives lost at the tragedy at the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, with love and thoughts for the family, friends, and community, we would appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. First on the agenda tonight is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. I would like to begin my report tonight with an update on our efforts to provide a smooth transition for the students and families of the Brighter Choice Middle Schools. SUNY, as you know, SUNY is closing both schools at the end of the month, and our team is making every effort to ensure that the students will be well served as we welcome them back into our district. We've confirmed our new principal for the school year at our last meeting, who is Candy Antonetti, and I'm pleased to announce that earlier today we finalized a lease agreement for the Brighter Choice building for the 2015-2016 school year. This will allow us to follow through with our preferred plan to keep all of the students together for grades 6, 7, and 8 for next year. We will serve any families who would have enrolled their students in 5th grade next year at any of our elementary schools. As I speak, our staff is wrapping up a registration night event for the Brighter Choice families at their school. And approximately 70 community members already registered their children through this particular event. Our community outreach team has been tireless over the past week in getting to the homes of 275 students to invite them to this registration evening this evening. Our human resources team is in the process of hiring all the staff we will need for this new school year. And as we head into the summer, I will continue to work in partnership with State Education Department, Ms. Antonetti, to build a program that will meet the needs of our newest students and families. We're trying to think outside of the box as we develop this program, and of course I will keep you informed as all of this comes together very quickly in the weeks ahead. As we get closer to the start of the school year, our Community Engagement Coordinator, Kathy Edmondson, will partner to host a Parent University meeting to welcome our families back at West Hill Middle School. I know that Ms. Antonetti is very enthusiastic about this opportunity and is excited to be the leader of that building. I'm confident that we'll be prepared as we open that building on September 8th. We're continuing forward in our evaluation of elementary and middle school enrollment next Tuesday night with our Grade Configuration Summit. We will have about 100 participants from throughout our community together at Giffen Elementary School. The purpose of the summit is to identify long-term enrollment challenges facing the district from pre-kindergarten through 8th grade and to brainstorm possible solutions for 2016 and beyond. The feedback from the community will inform the work of the Grade Configuration Steering Committee. That committee has their second meeting on June 30th, where we will discuss the outcomes from the summit. The committee plans its work over the summer and into next fall. All of those committee meetings are open to the public to observe and to listen. And you can also follow the progress on the grade configuration section of our website. We will have a second community forum next week. This one is to discuss next steps in the process of building a new outdoor athletic facility at Albany High School. At next Thursday's community forum, the board's facilities committee will provide information about the research that is done into the possible field materials. The committee is also interested in getting feedback from the community as the process moves forward into the procurement of those materials and then on to construction. Next Thursday's forum will be from 6 until 7:30. And we are working to confirm our location, and the staff will share that information widely beginning in the morning. Of course, all are invited and welcome to attend. We are gratified with the nearly 70% approval for the athletic field referendum last month and are excited to be moving forward with this outstanding project for our students and our community. To that end, we had some incredible news today as State Department of Education has approved the project and given the go-ahead to move on to the construction phase. That's a clapping point right there. That took a lot of work. Now, I have to do and let you meet and hear about several people in the district who have been recognized lately. I attended the Capital Region Sponsor Scholar Annual Dinner last evening and had the opportunity to witness two exceptional Albany High School scholars. Seniors Ayana Skeen and Isaiah Tubbs were among the students recognized last night for successful completion of the four-year program. In addition to her solid academic work, Ayana has been active with Habitat for Humanity during her entire high school career. Isaiah is a member of our track team at Albany High and also participated in the STEP program at Albany Med. Both students will be heading to SUNY Potsdam this fall, and we wish them continued success as they prepare for the next step in their journey. Earlier this month, the College of St. Rose presented Albany High special education teacher Joey DiPiazza with the 2015 Distinguished Alumni Award. Mr. DiPiazza was a co-recipient of the award and, of course, very deserving. He's worked tirelessly on behalf of our students throughout his 13-year career, and last year he was one of the main driving forces behind the statewide recognition for our school district that we received for our transition program. Congratulations again, Ayana, Isaiah, and Mr. DiPiazza for their achievements. Another school year is about to come to an end when everybody keeps looking around like, how did that happen? So there's some dates that I need you to mark in your calendar, so get out your smartphones or paper. First of all, our summer board meeting dates are Thursday, July 16th, and it will be at Ash, and Thursday, August 20th at Eagle Point Elementary School, because I know you want to come to a school board meeting in the middle of the summer and leave your campsites to come down and hang out with us. But even more importantly, Saturday, July 18th is the 5th annual summer celebration for the City School District of Albany. It will be at Crank Park. We will have a fantabulous cookout, kids' activities, helpful information, and, believe it or not, our own Decky Lawson and his band, the East Coast Playaz, are going to do a concert for us. So, you got to be there. That'll be free concert. You don't have to pay for the tickets or anything. So that'll be good news. So that's on July 18th. July 16th, board meeting. August 20th, board meeting. July 18th, summer picnic. And for one last item this evening, we have two guests to introduce to you. Albany's high school seniors John DeMays and Livio Fosulo were selected to participate earlier this year in the All-Eastern Honors Jazz Ensemble in Rhode Island. Albany High School was the only school from the 12-state Eastern region with two students selected for that ensemble. Band director John Halverson is here tonight to tell us more about John and John and Livio's accomplishments. Mr. Halverson.
Good evening, everyone. On April 11th and 12th of 2015, in Providence, Rhode Island, more than 810 of the most musically talented high school students in the eastern region of the United States performed in the 2015 NAFME, which is the National Association for Music Education, All Eastern Honors Ensembles. As stated by Dr. V, both John DeMace and Livio Fosulo were two Albany High School musicians that were selected to perform in the 20-piece All-Eastern Jazz Ensemble. These exceptional students prepared remarkably challenging music that they performed under the leadership of prominent conductors in this biennial event. Students spent 3 days rehearsing about 16 hours of arduous study with one of 5 conductors during the conference. For those not familiar with the NAFME All-Eastern Ensembles, they are made up of a concert band, symphony orchestra, mixed chorus, treble voice chorus, and jazz ensemble. Concert band and symphony orchestra have approximately 150 instrumentalists. The jazz ensemble will have about 20. The treble voice chorus will have 120 vocalists, and the mixed chorus has approximately 350. Student participation from each state is determined by a percentage of the total NAFME Eastern Division membership, with no state given less than 2%. Making up the NAFME Eastern Division are the states Connecticut, Washington, D.C., Delaware, Massachusetts, Maryland, Maine, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Vermont, and even parts of Europe. The selection process uses interestingly, when I was there with John and Livia, I was looking for people from Europe, and I didn't see any. But anyway, they state right there that Europe, I guess, is part, although they don't say who. Anyway, the selection process starts in the late spring and early fall, the year before the event, and each state's music organization compiled rank lists of recommended juniors and seniors for consideration. The method used to compile the list varies from state to state, although all recommended students must have participated, or will be participating, in their home and all-state festivals. John and Livio have performed in the Area All-State Jazz Ensemble in Saratoga Springs. They have performed in the NISMA All-State Ensemble out in Rochester. And, of course, they were members of the 2015 NAFME All-Eastern. The committee builds the ensembles from the state's president's ranked lists, trying to mimic the state population percentages in each group. The jazz ensemble, due to its size and instrumentation, is formed to represent every state in the division. And this is key and the biggest, salute we can give to these two young men. A testament to their diligence, both John and Livio made it into this ensemble of only 20 participants. Two musicians from the same school district in the same band of only 20 musicians from all the northeast of the United States and Europe. Now that you have all the semantics, I can just say that I've worked with both of them for the past 4 years, and I could not be more proud, and I have tried to find some ways to keep them back at Albany High School, but they just insist on graduating. I don't know. Talk to guidance counselors, but, we wish them the best. John DeMace will be off to Temple University next year, correct? Studying jazz. And Livio Fasulo will be continuing music as well at the Eastman School of Music in Rochester. Gentlemen, you do us proud. Thank you so much for all of your hard work, and congratulations on all of your achievements, and best of luck to you in your future endeavors. Thank you.
That ends my report, Madam President.
Next, we have our board candidates. And each candidate submitted a resume and cover letter, which is on our website. Hopefully everybody has had the chance that is interested to peruse them. Every candidate will be given 5 minutes to speak to us. Our fabulous secretary will be keeping time, and I believe our vice president will be holding up the sign. So you'll get a sign for a minute and then 10 seconds when you're near the end of your time. You, of course, do not have to take all of your time. So if you would like to speak less, no problem. And we're just going to go in alphabetical order tonight. Just so the public is aware, there are a couple of members that unfortunately had prior commitments and were not here. Again, their information is on the website, and we encourage everyone to take the time to read it. And we deeply appreciate the people that showed interest. I think we're very lucky that people want to serve with us in this volunteer capacity. And I think it says a lot for our community that we have so many wonderful candidates. So first up, we have Mark Barth.
Good evening, everybody. Okay. Mr. Owens, I'll do my best. Very likely, the Albany School District will be required to submit a receivership plan to the New York State Education Department. Its requirements cast school governance as part of the solution and part of the problem. It lists several barriers to success, starting with governance, and it lists tools which can include sidestepping the Board of Education. Among the list of traditional tools are budget, curriculum, professional development, and it also includes restaffing schools, changing negotiated contracts, and even sidestepping Board of Education previous policies. It will place a complex burden on the school district. The partnership between the board and the superintendent will be vital here. It appears board members have had second thoughts about strategies introduced a couple of years ago and now found to be too expensive. Results are disappointing, even though they were told they worked elsewhere. It's not the first time this has happened, here and in other districts. On the other hand, second thoughts are consistent with total quality management. Learn from mistakes. Plan, do, study, act. Brush off your trousers and keep going. Which may be why in my short time this evening, I want to press 2 points. The Albany District is and has been in constant state of crisis. When my kids enrolled, Sam Walton was our superintendent, and though highly regarded, he stayed only 2 years. The longest-serving superintendent in my 20 years in Albany lasted 6 years. The persistently low achievement of so many students in our schools, particularly minority and poor students, has been tackled in myriads of ways. As one school district advocate and activist said to me, charter school failure vindicated our district. Why can't we manage some of these other problems? We cannot underestimate the challenges that a sizable portion of our kids live with. The Brandeis Ohio State University study of metropolitan areas in the United States ranked Albany last for black child healthy development. We are stubbornly segregated in this city. I conclude with 2 thoughts. When the school district writes in collaboration with the school board its next school improvement grant, 1, I advocate and approach the social emotional development that requires levels of training commensurate to their roles for every school employee that interacts with students and parents so that they have a level of understanding of what it means to experience trauma and adversity in their lives. I say that with some likelihood that some of those adults that we train may well have had adverse childhood experiences. If I may borrow Mr. Giglio's idea that everyone is an English as new language teacher, so should all staff become aware of emotional intelligence and how much it matters to kids' ability to learn and persist in schools. Secondly, a turnaround model of schools that the district may design will require multiple collaborations with organizations beyond their school walls. I want our school board to take a more active role in Albany Promise and not leave so many planning decisions to the state university. We have a lot at stake in that endeavor. I was a little disappointed with its first year's accomplishments. We need the ambitious academic vision to bring our children and adolescents to adult readiness. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barth. Samuel Carrera.
It was off. Hello. My name is Samuel Carrera, and as you realize, I'm one of those people that need help to translate what I say. So, but however, my kids are in the school district, and I'm very worried about the results in the school. So that's the reason I'm here. I don't like to be here, really. And I have to really praise the board because they do all this without any pay and all the effort of everybody in the school district because they work so hard for what is going on to try to get the kids ready. So let me start. Number one, probably if I was you, probably I will vote for Mark starting with because I agree with many things he said. But let me say my own things. I agree that in everything that we should do, the kids should be the number one thing in the mind of everybody in the school district. And to turn around the school district, we need to make sure that we have a mean to measure. Number one, we need to make sure that we have a way to measure that the kids are becoming ready for college and their career. So that's why we need to have a way to determine if they are going in the right direction, if the school district is going in the right direction. So that is one reason we also need to have only one way to test and one measure that will tell us are the children getting college and career ready. We need one clear goal, one clear plan, one clear set of deliverables, firm deadlines, and we need every member of the community, teachers, superintendent, board of education, parents, kids, to know what to do and why and when for the benefit of the children. That's one reason I think that we need to have the curricula ready for every school and every grade. We need to ensure that the children of Albany receive the education and skills needed to thrive in life, to ensure that they will do better when they go on to get jobs or to trade schools or to higher education institutions. That's why we need everybody in the district focused in one single goal. All those that I mentioned before, teachers, parents, community leaders, the Board of Education members, the staff. But what are they supposed to be focused on? I will say again, the curricula. The curricula because that is going to tell us what each teacher has to teach, what each kid has to learn, what each parent needs to make sure that the kids is doing at school. And the leaders, the community leaders, will have a single goal to look at. Without a curricula, we don't know what are we doing. Everything is chaos. All activities throughout the school year lack that something critical. They lack the focus of knowing exactly what everybody has to learn or what has to be taught. Once the curriculum is developed, then everybody will know exactly what the children are supposed to learn and to study. And we will be able to support their doubts. That is one reason that after the last Board of Education meeting, I talked to Karen Bishol, Director of Curriculum, and I asked her why she did not ask the Board of Education for help when the Board of Education asked her if she needed additional help for resources to complete the curricula. At that point, she answered no. But when I talked to her and I mentioned, well, what about you ask for help to bring consultants that know how to write curricula, and they will work with the teachers outside this classroom time and to develop the curricula. That will get us to get that single important thing that is the curricula ready. And let me just finish this. I will send you this written.
Yes,
and
if you could do that, that would be wonderful.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you'll forgive me if I'm with any mispronunciations with the name. Sridhar Chittuar. And I'm sorry, again, I know I butchered it, having a maiden name that was regularly mispronounced.
No, you didn't,
My
you
apologies.
didn't do a bad job, actually. I've been called Snyder, Spider, lots of things. So you're pretty close. So thank you for this opportunity, board, and all the parents out here. I mean, why are we here? We're all here because of one reason, our kids, right? And I have two kids. They're both in elementary school at New Scotland Elementary. And I would love to stay here, but I have to go because my son's playing the playoff game right now in National League. Okay. So the reason I want to be here is because I want to help. There's a lot of good things that is happening in the city. I love the city. Okay. We heard about some of the achievements that the kids in the music program are doing. In winter, I was at the music concert. It was amazing, that rendition of Annie that they did. I was like blown away by what these little kids could do. Okay. You watch the sports, lots of achievements are happening. So the kids have opportunity. The kids have potential. Can we enable them? I think so. Are there problems? Yes. Can we fix them? We can try. Can they all be fixed? Probably not. But unless we try, we wouldn't know. And so, I came from a completely different situation. I came here when I was 21, so all of my undergraduate education was back in India. It's a completely different system. The idea of public education doesn't exist there. Every college, every school is private. If you are in the lowest denomination of society and you can't afford anything, then you go to public school, but you pay for everything. So here we have the opportunity. The kids are given free education. My dad and my mom did not go to high school, but they made sure that all three of their kids had a graduate education. Was it difficult? Yes. But did they manage to do it? Yes. And I think we make those same sacrifices for our own kids. I mean, I see a lot of the familiar faces here where it's Friday evening or Saturday afternoon, and you're on the soccer field or on the baseball field doing things just because your kids are playing. You might be still working on your iPad or iPhone or what have you, but you're there for your kids. So, and in preparation for this meeting, I was looking at some of the minutes. I have to admit that I haven't come to all the board meetings. My wife is on the PTA, and she applied last year. This year, decided we'll work as a team. And I was reading at the meetings adjourning at 11 o'clock, 11:30, and I'm sure that it's not just the board that's sitting here. The parents are here too with their kids at home. And they're here because we want to do something. We want to fix the city. So I welcome the opportunity, and if I can do anything to help alleviate this problem. My kids are going to be in Hackett. My kids are going to be in Albany High. There are all these problems of receivership and what have you. But I think some of these problems can be fixable. We have to make the attempt. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good luck to the playoff game. Next, we have Gwendolyn Hales.
Hello? Yes. Well, hi, everybody. My name is Gwendolyn Hales. I moved to Albany when I was 8 years old from Mississippi. My parents were hoping for better opportunities for us. I moved, my first school that I went to was Arbor Hill. I thought I was at a museum school, is what I called back and told my friends. No doors, which I think was amazing. Waterfalls and trees in a school. But a lot of people made a difference in my life at Arbor Hill, especially the principal, Miss Jackson Chalmers at the time. I came from Mississippi, like I said, where you didn't see African Americans in roles like that. So to see an African American woman in such a powerful role as a little girl let me know that one day I could do something great. I grew up in the Albany City School District. There's so many people within the school district that has made an impact in my life, and I feel like is the reason that I'm here tonight, besides my parents pushing me and telling me that, despite struggles and living in poverty, education was our way out. So I went away to school at SUNY Potsdam, where those two people you mentioned tonight are going, which I was the woohoo in the crowd. I went there to find my voice. I knew that as a child, I was the oldest of three girls. I knew that I wanted to make a difference, not only in my sisters' lives, but in other children's lives, in other people's lives. But I was afraid to speak. I usually wrote everything down and never talked about anything. So when I went away to school, I decided that I was going to take up speech communications, so that I could be here tonight and not have to write and hold up something for you to know who I am. While there, not only did I find my voice, but I also found my husband, and had two beautiful children that are now a part of the Albany City School District at Delaware Community School. And I'm here because I want to make a difference not only in my kids' lives, but I want to make a difference in the kids' lives that are a part of the school district. And not necessarily just the school district, but children in general. We're living in a rough time right now, and they need to see that we can rise above the problems, the issues, the struggles. So I've stepped out on faith. I've came here tonight to say that I would really like the chance to sit at the table with you guys and to make a difference and to put our heads together to create some solutions to some of the issues that are going on. And the community needs us. Not only do the children need us, but the community needs us as a whole. And I'm an advocate for the community. I've done a lot of things within the community. I won't go over my whole long list of things, but I will coin this. You can come out tomorrow night and see a program at the Albany Barn celebrating Juneteenth. I won't go in the history of that either. You guys can look that up. But yeah, there'll be a lot of children from the school district tomorrow for Juneteenth. Arbor Hill Starlights, Team Infinity. These are children that are doing positive things in the community, and they could be doing negative things. So I thank you guys for the opportunity to speak tonight. I say thank you so much for the work that you are doing. I think the work that you guys are doing is great, and I hope that you will have me at the board to assist in doing great work and making some things even more greater. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Jennifer Lang.
No, turned off. Hi. Okay. My name is Jennifer Lang, and I have 4 children in the Albany Schools District. And I first want to say, if you noticed, we have 4 candidates from Delaware Community School, the dual language program, tonight. I want to start with saying thank you to Gwen. I think we're a great representative of our school. We come from different backgrounds. We come from different economic status, but we all come from the same place, and that's Albany Public Schools. We had a tough year this year, and when the tough gets tough, the tougher kicks butt. So I want to say thank you for, our strong community, the one that we've been able to hold dear at Delaware. I also want to say that although the 4 of us are here tonight, we still have 86%, 90% free and reduced lunch, where many of those parents don't have the resources and the support to be at this table. And so for that, we speak hopefully for them as well. I want to start with saying that in the classroom, within the school, within the administration, within the principal, the superintendent, the board, the parents, the leadership is so important of where we're at, and the tone of our schools, where we're at, how we're perceived, and where we go from there. I want to address what I've seen as a volunteer in the classroom for the last 6 years and the struggles that teachers face. 20%, 30% of those children are English learner language students. There's behavioral issues, chairs throwing, screaming, language. And then there's children with needs, IEPs and 504s. Teachers cannot teach these children when they're dealing with 50 to 60% of these challenges in a classroom. It's just not going to happen. I'd very much like to see co-teaching and TAs. But if we're going to have co-teachers and TAs in these classrooms where we can have an equity of the classroom in the schools, we have to make sure that there's professional development for these support staff, for the teachers on all levels. I support professional development for all of these. However, I feel that the studio classrooms, taking the teachers out of the room was difficult for us, especially at Delaware, where a lot of our teachers are out 4 to 5 days a month, whether or not personal, studio, and special education. And I think a lot of those children already having so much time taken away in their own classrooms also had their teacher taken away and had substitutes. I also wanted to say that I'm very concerned about our students that are getting our 1s and our 2s, whether or not it's through MAP or whether it's not through New York State tests. I'd like to see a more active role in what are those 1s and 2s doing, whether or not it's a percentage, are they getting tutoring, where are they? I don't understand if a student who's receiving a 1 in kindergarten is receiving a 1 in first grade, second grade, and third grade. I want to know what the data is and what's being measured for those students with the 1s and 2s. I also really want to talk about our ESL population. I've walked into Delaware Community School this morning for a chess tournament that I run, and the first thing I did was walk in the nurse's office and translate to a father to let him know that they thought his daughter broke his leg and he needed to come immediately. I'm a parent. I speak Spanish, but that was the first thing I was asked to do when I walked into the office. There needs to be more of that. I don't speak Burmese. There was a father at least 10 minutes trying to tell them who his child was. When they broke it down into, are you a boy or a girl? Is it a girl or a boy? He didn't even understand that. So I want to just say that for me, also New York State education has had a stronger hand from our standardized testing, to our teacher evaluation, to receivership. But do these really address our children in Albany? Are we addressing the poverty, the race, the language, the hunger, the alcoholism, the abuse? Are we giving our children the one-on-one positive nurturing school they need, as well as the academics they so desperately deserve? I've attended board meetings, active in the PTA, served on committees, emailed board members my ideas. The board seat would be only the next step in my advocacy for the students, our children, in the Albany Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next candidate, Edith Leet, was unable to be here this evening. Again, I encourage everyone to go on the website and read her resume. Next is Ellen Roach.
Hi, I'm Ellen Roach, and I live on Sycamore Street in Albany. I'm a parent of a first grader at Delaware Community School, and I am interested in applying for the open board position. And the last couple of days, as I was thinking about what I would speak about with the board tonight, because I have perhaps gone over a lot of the things I've had to say already in the past year and a half, I was reading one of the things that I like to keep up on in educational news, which is Diane Ravitch's blog. I know some of you are familiar with that. And I came across a really very interesting and I think very on-point article by a teacher at a high-needs school in California that I thought made some interesting points. And I think we in Albany have fallen prey to some of the same fallacies that this teacher's identified. Schools nationwide have found. He said that a lot of educational reformers believe in short fixes, silver bullets, the power of personal cult persuasion, mantras, and now the twin goddesses of all, technology and data. And those categories seem to address a lot of the things we here in Albany have done over the past 10, 20 years of failing schools. We've brought in one consultant after another. We've sat through a lot of PowerPoint presentations. We've gone through new names and a whole alphabet full of acronyms, but we haven't, at the end of the day, solved the problems. The fact is there are people nationwide trying to find out what do we do to solve the problems of high-needs urban schools when the educational system can't, in fact, do cash transfers to every poor family. And when you look at nationwide, some of the few cases where these types of things have been successful, you find one article in the Atlantic magazine about one of the districts that has experienced some success, Cincinnati. What made them succeed was they had implemented proven instructional approaches while nurturing, again, quoting from the article, a culture in which administration, teachers, parents, and community groups closely communicate and work together as teams. An article a few days ago in the New York Times suggested that Lawrence, Massachusetts, a city like Albany that has a history of corruption and dysfunction, and schools that have been failing, has managed to come in by bringing in an outside person that found, to their surprise, local parents were eager to help with the schools, but they'd been alienated by school officials who essentially told them to stay away. Now, most of us here on the board are not educators, and we don't necessarily know which instructional approach is the right one. But researchers have found that transparency, open government, good government, and collaboration with the community, parents and community members alike, is what solved the problems. And what I have seen, although my child only began at the Albany schools in 2012, my research through minutes, news articles, and district data indicates that this board and this administration has moved away from openness, transparency, and good government over the past 5 years. We used to have a citizens' budget. I'm sorry, Ms. Lead is not here tonight to hear me speak of the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. That's been disbanded. We used to have an audit committee that was run by the board and not run effectively by the administration. That means the way we are now, there's really no effective method of checks and balances in place to ensure effective fiscal responsibility. We no longer we haven't updated our community, we haven't updated the shared decision-making plan that's required to be in place by the state and updated by a committee of community members, parents, teachers, administrators every 2 years. We haven't updated it since, I think, 2010. We've simply stopped getting the public involved, and many of the ways in which the public has been brought in over the past couple of years have felt more like staged propaganda opportunities for people to ratify decisions that have already been made by the administration. Simply, people of all types feel they're shut out. They feel they don't have a voice. This is something that we've really got to change, and we've got to implement a sort of fiscal responsibility. And I'd like to see board members that do the right thing for the kids and not what the right political decision is. I know pretty much all the board members voted for the athletic fields. Most of them voted for ROTC. And from a political point of view, I understand you can't vote against the armed services, can't vote against football. You might as well vote against saying the pledge. But I don't want to be the mayor. I don't want to run for office. I just want to do it. I know. I'm just going to finish my sentence.
Well, actually, it's not entirely fair to give people extra time. So if you can say
5 seconds.
Go ahead.
I'm not looking for a political career. I'd just like to be on the board for a few months, a year, and do what I can do to get things back where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bruce Roeder.
It's on? Good evening. My name is Bruce Roeder. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my qualifications. As I've stated previously, but have no problem repeating, chief among my qualifications is being the proud parent of 3 children who attend Albany Public Schools. In my application letter, I mentioned that my success is the product of a fine education. This is true, but that education did not start at the Eastman School of Music or at Yale University. It started with family members who took an active role in my education. It started with an orchestra conductor who, when I was 15, let me try out my composition with the school orchestra. It started with teachers who, even against my initial protestations, signed me up for educational programs they knew would be invaluable, and it didn't take long to see that they were right. So I take this opportunity to recognize that I am very much the beneficiary of a community of individuals that wisely, lovingly, and steadfastly put me on the path of success. I will bring this sense of appreciation with me to the board. In introducing myself to you, I would like you to know that I am a professional composer. My compositions often celebrate American heritage or address social issues. My Camp David Overture was inspired by the Camp David Peace Accords. I wrote my post-9/11 composition with courage and compassion as a universal tribute to first responders. And then there's my work, The Classroom, a children's peace opera, which was written for our students at New Scotland Elementary School. Its successful production engaged our students in a variety of activities, from singing, dancing, and set creation, to learning about other cultures and designing program covers on themes of diversity and peace. And I just have to acknowledge Josefina Morey, who directed that production, who's sitting with us today. Don't clap, I don't have time. In addition to my creative work, I bring to this position over 25 years of experience as an educator, 17 of those years spent here at the College of St. Rose. I coordinate our core curriculum to ensure consistently high quality, and I teach several academically challenging courses, including a writing intensive offering. I take this responsibility to heart because I recognize the importance of effective communication skills. So, despite many of our own children's fixation with texting, mine included, I'm here to say that the art of writing complete, grammatically correct, beautiful, informative sentences will surely not die with me on the board. Now, for the question I'm frequently asked, how did a mild-mannered professor like me ever come to lead the grassroots campaign that brought Trader Joe's to the Capital District? The answer is simple. I listened to our community. This effort could not have been successful without community support. But rest assured, my activism extends beyond organic arugula. This past year, I engaged in an effort to fix the traffic signs around our schools. Currently, signs allow for right on red between the hours of 8 to 4. The problem is, by 8 a.m., children are already safely in their school, so the signs should read no right on red between 7 to 5. My complaint was well received by the Albany PD, and they are now in the process of fixing the signs around all our schools. I also started an initiative to curb cursing in our schools because I want to ensure that our schools have the safest, most learning-friendly environment possible. At this time, I'd like to briefly address the issue of receivership. We know we have to do better by our kids. These are challenging times, and I am a serious leader. My colleagues will tell you that I'm not one to skirt around difficult issues. I ask hard questions and seek out clarity. While I favor the strategic initiatives in Vision 2020, right now my vision is focused on 2016. I welcome the chance to work with the board colleagues, teachers, parents, all stakeholders to fully meet our current challenges and obligations to our children. In conclusion, I bring to the board and to the community my willingness to listen, to learn, and to act. I will be a strong advocate for the arts and for curricula that enhance creative, communication, and critical thinking skills. I will also be this district's strongest cheerleader for passionate learning. Attendance isn't enough. We need all our students to be all there, fully invested in their education and excited about their potential. I began my presentation acknowledging the community that helped me to succeed. I conclude by acknowledging that I am now responsible for the success of the next generation. As a board member, I will do my part to see that the opportunity for an excellent education is available to all our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vicki Smith.
Excuse me one second, sorry. Good evening, everyone, and congrats to the students who were recognized tonight. I think that's very important. Again, my name is Vicki Smith. I've lived and worked in the city of Albany for the past 29 years. I've chosen Albany City Schools for my daughter, who has attended the district elementary, middle, and now high school. She will enter the 10th grade at Albany High in the fall, and I really want to make sure that you understand that I do support public schools. I support good schooling. I support Albany City Schools. And I want to, I've seen some emails and communications from various people in the community focused on where I work, and I wanted to address that one point. I have been and still am an employee of the state agency whose focus is on education. I've been doing that for the past 27 years in a variety of program offices across elementary, middle, secondary, and higher education. I've been exposed to a broad range of issues related to and specific to teaching and learning. I have familiarity with a variety of policies, grant programs, and other initiatives designed to address a number of educational issues. I have visited and monitored traditional public schools as well as charter schools. I know what good schooling looks like and feels like. I also want to say that in my capacity at that state agency, my work deals with charter schools. The law provides for the establishment of charter schools authorized by the Board of Regents. My job requires me to follow the law, to implement relevant regulations and Regents' policies pursuant to that law. This does not require me to be a friend or a foe, nor foe, to charter schools. I do, however, believe in parental choice. I chose Albany schools, but I will not attack or criticize those parents who have made a different choice for their child. I do want to see Albany City Schools districts be the choice that those parents make for their children, to come back, to return, to know that this is the only choice, is right here in Albany. And lastly, on that note, I want to say that I am informed by both my personal experiences, professional experiences, and any comments I offered and share are expressly mine and don't represent those of my employer. Now, a little bit more about who I am. I am originally from the state of Virginia, a small town of about 24,000, 14% of whom are of African descent. I only knew black and white growing up. I started school about 2 years after the adoption of the Civil Rights Act. My family members had been teachers in the school system before and subsequent to integration. Over time, I did not see my family, see myself reflected in the school system. It changed that quickly after integration. But my family members were all active in the PTA to make sure that all the necessary resources came to bear for our education. My family expected me to work hard, to do my best, to be respectful and kind, almost to a fault, to explore my passions, to play and work, and be kind to others. I learned how to play nicely in the sandbox. They taught me to have purpose, to have to have goals, and the words "I can't" did not exist in my Smith family dictionary. And this held true for my twin sister, who has learning disabilities and who is legally blind. She had to choose a different path, but she, at 18, got her own apartment by herself. She had her 2 jobs. She drove a car, and she has lived independently ever since. And that due largely to my mother, largely to the family that said, "You will go and do. You've got the ability, you've got the skill." I did not know that we were poor. I knew only later that it had to do with where you lived. Oh, down the hill, across the way where the doctors live, and so forth. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure you know that I understand what the work is of the board. I understand what you have to do. I share in the vision, 2020 vision. I'm more concerned, however, about how it is implemented, what it looks like. I get terribly excited thinking about one day when those 4 academies at the high school really mean something. I see Discovery, Visual and Performing Arts School, I might rename it. I can see kids who are, they're in the theater, they're in the music, and all of those things that we do after school, the band, the chorus, those things are incorporated into learning. Those kids who might be into graphic and designing, arts, they're actually part of that school too in some respect, doing the marketing, preparing for shows and events. So I'm concerned about how we do things. I'll send my notes to you as well, but thank you for your time tonight, and I look forward to your decision. You've got great candidates. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Carol June Washington. I encourage everyone to read her resume and a letter on the website as well. And Ocasio Wilson was unable to attend, so again, I encourage everyone to read his resume and letter. Our next step in the process will be to meet and review the candidates. And a huge, huge thank you to everybody that was willing to put their name in. Yeah, a big round of applause. We really appreciate each of you taking the time to put your name in and each of you taking the time to come tonight. And I'm quite honestly just blown away by the quality of candidates that we've gotten. It is really heartening to know that our city not only has such great people, but such great people that are willing to volunteer their time to this level. So thank you very much. Next up, we have our public comment. The Albany Board of Education welcomes district residents, parents, students, and other people to our meeting. Community involvement at board meetings is encouraged so that we can better understand your views. Please be aware that by law, individual student information or particular personnel issues cannot be discussed in the public sessions of the board. When recognized by the board president, please state your name and city of residence. Statements are restricted to a maximum of 3 minutes, and speakers will be notified by the board president when their time has expired. We take public comment very seriously, and careful notes will be taken. However, the board generally does not respond while the meeting is in public session. A quick note, I am someone that really would rather hang out and have a good time with someone than tell them that their time is up and they need to stop talking. But in the past few meetings, people have been very wanting to tell us a lot of things, which is wonderful. We encourage everyone, send us emails, give us a call. All of our information is on the website, but we need to keep a hard 3 minutes. So when the 3 minutes is up, I'm going to be saying your time is up, and unfortunately, your time is up. So if you're mid-sentence, whatever it is, we had somebody whose sentence extended quite some time last time. So no more sentence extensions, just time is up. So please keep an eye on the time here. There's going to be a time card that's going to be put up. Keep an eye on it because at the end of it, your time will be done. But again, we appreciate everyone coming in. Please send us all information because we love hearing from you. First up is Wanda Carter. Oh, or the person that's talking about Just Run.
I'm Rachel Deeb, and I work at ASH and have had the privilege of working with the Just Run program. Wanda was not able to be with us tonight. This was the first year that ASH has had the Just Run program, and I just want to say thank you for your support to the district in allowing us to have this program. I see it as something very valuable. Not only has it encouraged exercise, but it's opened up the opportunity for us as teachers and support staff to come in and invest in the students' lives in a different way than being in the classroom. And we were able to culminate our activities with a track meet at Union College, joining several other schools, and it was awesome to see the effort that our students put out in their running, but also being able to encourage them and watching them encourage their peers. So it has been a great experience for me, and I just thank the district for the opportunity to serve in that way.
Jennifer Lang, Wanda couldn't be here. She left New Scotland t-shirts for the board, if you wanted to pass those around as well. So pink is New Scotland. But I just want to say, as a coach at Delaware Community School, we had almost 100 kids participate this year. And Delaware Community School, I believe, is one of the only ones who only has parent volunteers that runs the Just Run program. We've been doing it for 4 years. I believe Wanda brought Just Run to our district, so it's something she's very, very proud of. Hundreds of children participated. I believe there were 6 schools. The Mohawk Running Club provides us financial services. The schools provide us the place to practice. But Wanda really wanted to bring the attention of Just One, and if there's any more support the district can do for us, it would be great. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if you can both, thank you both for the time that you volunteer in this, and please, please, please extend our thanks to Wanda, who does so much in this and so many other things in our district. Next up, Andreas Rivera.
I'm sorry she wants to come up all the time, so she should learn this now, right? My name is Andre Rivera. I'm a parent at Delaware Community School. Proud parent at Delaware Community School. One of the first things I want to address is to the board is, would you please explain the process to our parents and people here tonight, if you have the time, of routine consent? I'm not sure if everyone knows about that, but I think it's something that people need to know because it's very imperative for us to know how that process works, and also why is this being done behind closed doors when it's not the norm. And this has never been done before. It's not the norm. And number 2, we voted for board members so they can be transparent and not secretive. When someone talked about how important it was to be transparent, I think this should be done for everyone to see. This shouldn't be done behind closed doors. I have never seen it done behind closed doors. I'm talking about routine consent. Just in case, let me just clarify that for you. I see y'all looking like y'all don't understand, but that's one of the issues that I wanted to address tonight. And the other issue is we need to quickly put our political differences to the side, because it's not about you, it's not about me, it's about this little 7-year-old child that goes to a public school along with 3 of my other daughters that graduated already public schools and are doing well. One graduated from Florida State University, the other one is in FIU, and my other son went to a community college. So I'm very proud. I stand up for the parents and the school district, and as much fighting as some of us parents did, holding signs in 0 below 0 at this brutal year with the budget against Governor Cuomo, you know what I mean, with everything that we've done, now I see the same thing happening right here in front of us. We already went over that. That's done. We need to come together here as board members, as parents, as coaches, as teachers, and to ensure that our children do not fail. And I'll quote what Joe Clark said at Eastside High. He stated, if our children fail, then we have failed our children. So we need to always keep that in mind. And in New Orleans, just to give you a note, if you don't know what happened in New Orleans, 7,000 teachers and public school employees were fired. And that is the only state in the nation that has all charter schools. So this ain't nothing to play with. You know what I mean? We need to come together. You know what I mean? And like I stated before, Delaware Community School, we got parents that are willing to get involved and dig in. Whatever y'all need from us, please, I beg y'all as a person who support public schools, let's get it together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for bringing your daughter up, too. I'm having some issues reading the handwriting, so forgive me, but Paul Kutzen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Paul Knudsen. I'm a professor of sociology at the College of St. Rose. And for the last 8 or 9 months, I've been actually doing research. My research question is really about how do middle-class parents in Albany schools think of the schools, what their experiences have been, how their children are doing, and why they've chosen to be in the Albany public schools. So that's kind of those are my main research questions, and I came here tonight to talk about that research and to recruit parents. I've interviewed 32 parents so far, and actually quite a few are here tonight, so it's nice to see some familiar faces. And I'm still looking for parents. I want to do at least 40 interviews, and the interviews take about 45 minutes to an hour, and I pay for the interviews. But I pay a $25 gift card. And all the information, everything's been approved by the college. We have to go through a strict review board. The information is all going to be kept confidential. People's names are anonymous. I changed the names of the schools to protect everyone's identity. I've found really interesting information so far, but again, I'm looking for a few more parents to interview. I'd like to do 40. And I'm focusing on the middle class because that's where, surprisingly, not a lot has been written on middle class parents who have their children in urban schools. There's been a lot of literature on low-income parents, for good reason, in urban public schools, but there's barely been anything written about that. And I'm hoping to publish some articles and later on a book about urban education in the middle class. And so I'm still looking for a few parents, mainly parents who identify as African American or whose kids identify as African American or biracial or multiracial. Of the 32 parents that I've interviewed so far, about 20 or more have been white. So I'm sort of saturated with that group, but I'd love to hear from more families that are mixed race, African American, Hispanic, and so on and so forth. If you're interested, I have business cards and I have flyers for the study, and you can talk to me at the end of the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We still have some time in public comment, so if there's anybody that didn't get the chance that would like to speak, please put your hands up. Mr. Carrera.
It's strange, but I was looking at some statistics for Polo, Paulo. So one thing that I was looking at, and I want to bring to the attention of everybody, there was a time in which the school district of Albany had a graduation rate of 61%. That was in 2008, unfortunately. Since then, the last data I have available is for 2014, 51.9%. And that was down from 2013, 53.8%. So I wondered, I always make myself the same question. Why are my kids in the school district? Why have I committed my life and my kids' life and all my resources to try to improve the life of many kids? And why I live in Albany? So yeah, there are many questions, and unfortunately, I don't have an answer, but a complete answer. But I wanted to bring this to everybody's attention. I think there was a time in which we were doing much better, and we could go back to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Patna.
Hi, my name is Jessica Patnod. I am a City of Albany resident and a proud parent of 2 Albany City School District students, a junior, soon-to-be senior at Albany High, and an 8th grader, soon-to-be freshman at Albany High. I don't really have anything specific to say tonight, but I come here frequently and listen to everything that's being said. And being a parent, this is whose daughter is traveling to a music festival as we speak. I just wanted to thank the board, the community members, faculty and staff that are here tonight and that work tirelessly every day for our kids. It's a thankless job at times, as is being a parent, and I think we need to at times step back and remember what we're here for, not have such a defeatist attitude towards a school district. We are here because we want to be here. If we didn't want to be here, we might not be here. Some people don't have a choice but to choose public education. We need to make it right for everyone. And by having an attitude that does not show that into the community, it's not helping anyone. I wear my Hackett t-shirt proudly. The looks I get, the questions I get, it's disheartening. Doesn't matter if it says New Scotland, Hackett, Albany High. Why do you send your children there? The kids hear this. They know it. It reflects on them and how they feel. Them not having a good feeling about where they are and what they're doing is not going to move them forward. As parents, community members, teachers, please keep that in mind. If we are really here for the best for the students in the city, please do the right thing. Thank you. And just be positive. This is a great district. We have great people here, great families, parents, kids. It's great. So have a good summer. I will not be here on July 16th. I may be here in August. But thank you to the board, all those people that put in to be on the board. Better you than me. They run too late. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. I hope everyone can hear me all right. Charles Parmley. 2 graduates and 1 who will graduate in 7-8 days or whatever it is from now, and 1 in another district. I'm an Albanite since '88, and I would just add to what Jessica said. My wife and I are planning to redo one of our downstairs bathrooms. It's called Aging in Place, and after putting 4 kids through school, believe me, I'm aging in place very, very, very quickly. I do have just one little thing that I want to mention. At the last board meeting, we heard from the curriculum specialist, and we saw the various points where there needed to be some continuation of efforts to put things together. Things were undeveloped and so forth. The last couple of years, I've been the treasurer of the high school PTA, and we heard from the acting principal at the meeting on the 8th that everything was fine with the curriculum. Everything was set and in place. Now, I'm not looking to indict anybody here. I just would like a clear sense of what is it? Are we set? Are we not set? How does this play to some of the test results? My prior employment, I worked for 20 years for ACT. And I worked prior to that. I was a senior counselor at SUNY Oneonta in admissions. So I know what tests can do for you and what they can do to you. So what I'm trying to gather here is, which is it? Are we set with curriculum? Are we not set with curriculum? How does this affect the scores on the tests that were talked about last time? And just something to bring to your attention. And I won't need that last minute. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else? Well, thank you all so much. And just to speak quickly to routine consent is something that's done. It's always been done as long as I've been going to board meetings, which is I went to almost every board meeting for 5 years before I've been on the board. So, yeah. And it's all of the routine consent is put online. It's contracts, it's things. The reasoning behind it is not to be not transparent. The reasoning behind it is because it's a lot of times just it's a contract, it's dry information that would take a long time to vote on every single thing. So instead of having to vote on every single individual thing, we wrap it all together in one thing. And that's why if people are here, you'll see them say, are there any set-asides? And that's when a board member who has read through each thing, if they have any concerns, they set a section aside, and then we discuss it. And so people are always posted online. And there's also a folder that has all the routine consent things up in the front when people come in. So people are welcome to look at it. It's done really out of respect for people's time because, you know, people who are here watching and people who are here, it makes it shorter. So it's not done out of lack of transparency, but there's got to be a line between wanting to get home at a decent hour and wanting to make sure everybody knows everything. So that is the story with routine consent, and we appreciate the question. Next up, we have information, career and technical education.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dale Ghetto. I am the acting principal of Albany High School. I am the former principal of the Brooklyn Career and Technical Center, where my responsibilities were and really actually continue to be around career and technical education.
I'm Joe Fessel. I'm the school's work-based learning coordinator. Basically, I work with businesses and the community to help our career and technical education students find placements in the community and to also bring those people into the school to work with our CTE students.
We're going to start with one of our success stories.
So a lot of people know Musa. Every time I talk to someone new, they say, oh yeah, I know Musa. I help him. He must have a team of like 50 people that know him. So for those that don't, I'll tell you a little about Musa. He's one of our success stories. Musa was placed at CS Arch, and we've had lots of students at CS Arch, but Musa was the first CTE student they had at CS Arch. And CS Arch didn't know what that meant totally, I think, until a couple weeks into it, because what that means is that Musa went through construction technologies, basically 1, 2, and 3. He was steeped in their business before getting there, so they were able to advance him at a much quicker pace to learn such stuff as Revit. He wanted to go into construction tech when he graduated the next year. He had plans to do project management, and they were able to bring him out into the field to sites, and they quickly told us how amazing it was to have a student that knew what they were talking about off the bat, and they were able to do so much more with him. He went on to Delhi, but going into CS Arch, and this is the back and forth we get from businesses, he influenced them. They were very excited about it. That's why businesses like working with us. They like me fine, but they like the students and the interaction. That's their payment, really. They loved it. What Musa got was he realized he didn't want to go into project management anymore. He wanted to be an architect. So at Delhi, he switched. And if he hadn't gone through CTE and done a co-op, he would have wasted many years, possibly, of his education doing something he didn't like, gotten a job and a family, and then probably realized, now I have to go to night school for like 20 years to become an architect part-time. For the first time ever, they employed him, one of our students, during the summer. They supported him at school. In fact, he's back at CS Arch now for this summer for 2 weeks, and he's working with Ray Gemmel, one of our other construction tech students, and helping him along and advising him about college decisions. So it's a really nice partnership. Elizabeth serves on our Business Alliance, and I could talk forever, so I'll stop there on that.
Next slide. Thank you, Joe. We're going to talk, the presentation started with find the path, follow the path, and live the path. I think we saw that or we heard that in Musa's story tonight. We're transitioning from what career and technical education was, what we're currently doing, and where we see ourselves going in the future. In the past, when you heard about CTE, you probably had the thought of vocational, not school-based, no academics, and that's really changing right now. And programs of study, we're looking at unified courses of sequence, spiraling skills, and deepening students' understandings. The courses are aligned with Common Core learning standards. They're embedded into everything that we do, reading, writing, technical reading and writing, getting students to do that work who may not have ever been interested. And then we also embed CCTC. So if you have a dictionary or you keep score on acronyms, Common Career Technical Core, formerly known as 21st Century Workplace Skills. It's a list of skills, and not even list, but a description of skills that every worker will need to be successful moving forward. CTE currently, we are lined up beautifully with the 2020 vision. Our courses culminate in college credit, college articulations, or advanced standing. For example, this year, auto technologies students who are going to Hudson Valley can not take an entry-level course, move up, and use their schedule to take some things that they may want to be taking. Diplomas, moving forward. If a student goes through the sequence, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, they will exit Albany High School with an endorsed diploma that it really shows their credential and what they have achieved. And then finally, CTE today is reflective of the labor market and what statistics are telling us and where students have to be going. I have a did you know? Did you know that family and consumer sciences, drama, TV production, technology, and business are all CTE courses? They're all career and technical courses. They're offered throughout the City School District of Albany. And that's really separate from what we call our core, which is health sciences, culinary, auto technologies, cosmetology, and construction technologies. how are we doing this work? A student just does not arrive at Albany High School prepared and really saying, you know, I think I'm going to go into the business world, or I'm going to major in, I don't know, finance or cosmetology. They really don't know. And so what we have done is, and it's a great visual, Joe, right on down the line, we're starting in the middle schools. We're working with family and consumer science teachers to redesign a unit of study focused on goal setting, career, college options. We couple that with a career fair at the middle schools. In ninth grade, starting next year, we have our freshman seminar, which prepares students to make choices. They learn financial management. They learn about careers. Every student will exit that course with a 5-year plan. They'll be exposed to careers, all sorts of possibilities. And then what we do is we provide, and Joe talked a little bit about this, work-based learning experiences, which start out small. Maybe we have speakers in classes early on, but they can culminate with, if you're in an endorsed program, a co-op situation. But we'll be back here in September because we're going to have a new course offering, CEIP, Career Explorations Internship Program, which is a little bit different, or actually much different than the Career Explorations we're currently offering. We'll be back to tell you that we can serve 150 plus students every year using a course description. All right. Here's what's involved in pathway approval process with New York State. And all of these things have to be in place, and then New York State sanctions the program of study. Our students enter the program of study and can leave with those 6 college credits, a technical endorsement, and I'll go through the steps in the process. And there's one piece that is somewhat of a, I don't want to say a bonus, but very helpful for our students. So we start with the sequence of courses, 5 credits in a CTE sequence. The teachers and industry representatives get together, and we have a pathway advisory council because, I'll give you an example. Last year, we were looking at business law, and Ron Dunn came in, and he was one of our advisors. He said, I don't know why you're teaching this here. You should teach ethics at the beginning of the course. These students don't need this, but that's real live feedback from the field. Our teachers are following and developing a curriculum, a course sequence, outside of what the industry does. And so the partnership between the industry professionals and the teachers and the students and Joe round out the experience for our students. To get advanced standing, we need, in a college, articulation agreements. I mentioned them briefly. They can be in the course itself. We're working and we're looking at some other options for cosmetology, for example, but they have to have, we have to be partnered with a college or an institution of higher learning. There's an employability profile. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, basically an employability profile has 2 parts. It's a technical, and then the other part, part 2, is workplace skills. So you can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't have the workplace skills, you probably won't be hired. So each of the pathways has an employability profile. It's aligned with industry and with the industry certification exam that we offer the assessment at the end. So a student's path, 9 through 12, each time they're in a course, the teacher sits down with them and reviews that and gives them a rating. So the following year or throughout that year, they can see where they are in those technical skills and workplace skills. And at the end, if they're going for a co-op, CIP, or an actual job, they could take that employability profile, which is signed off by the school, and the employer then knows what the student's capable of before they even let them on the floor or in the office.
So those are skills specific to the career path, and those are skills specific to what workers in general may need. Timeliness, wardrobe. Mrs. Culligan, to my right, sat on one of our Pathway Advisory Councils this year and gave us some really good feedback about that. And then finally, they have to take an industry-approved assessment, and that's a written test and a performance test along with a final project. And what's important to note, that a student who takes and passes this exam has an option of and opting out is a word overused, but can substitute that exam score for an exam score that they may not have passed. I'm sure you're all familiar, Global is a really difficult exam to pass. And the Board of Regents has already approved a set of technical assessments, and moving forward, we will be choosing our technical assessments from the approved list of Regents exams. What you see is a small sampling of the pathways that we're working on at Albany High School. And Joe, you had a really good point. When I came to the Abrooken in the fall, there was a lot of good work, and it was in isolation. And this year, what we've been able to do is really knit together all the pieces in a unified way and in a sense-making way. So what we have been doing and what our Business Advisory Council has helped us do is really monitor our progress. This is what we looked like in January of 2015. Red, green, yellow. Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but what do the colors stand for?
Okay.
Oh.
Great.
Good point.
Okay. Thank you. Green means we took care of it, it's done, and it's ready for presentation. Yellow means we're approaching that target, and red means we're not near that target. Yes, Mr. Owens, yes.
We would have liked to say that red stood for we're all set, but red was definitely not all set.
Not all set. So and some of the work we do, and you'll hear us in conclusion, is not linear sequential. Some of it is based on opportunity, what the business happens to bring to the table, whether or not we've been able to secure an articulation with a college. So this is what we look like in January. We got it. And this is what we look like in June. And we've been able to submit, and we have submitted 2 of the 3, and the third is ready to go next week, programs of study to the State Education Department for pathway approval. Please note that in 10 years we have not submitted any new programs of study to the State Education Department for pathway or program approval. We have 3 in the queue. We sent them early to get some feedback. We got some feedback. We made the corrections, and 2 of the 3 are there. We hope to know. No news is good news, but sooner than later, probably by July 1st. Ready? Okay. In this process, we've learned a lot, and moving forward, we've been able to incorporate it into our work. We know we need to be flexible. We need to be concerned with the way the current labor trends are going, and so what? I'm done. Wrap it up. All right. Our moment is done. I'm getting the wrap it up. You can read the slide. Why don't we take it to the last slide? This is an example. We talk a little bit about communication and the need for it. This is a screenshot of our website, which is parent-friendly user.
It's mobile-friendly also, so feel free.
Right. Go right to our website. And then finally, another success story, and we'll end.
I'll make it very quick. Do we even have any time?
We're actually all out of time on this, so it is something that we would need to...
It'll be a cliffhanger. come see us afterwards
back
if you
in
like.
September.
If there's anything that we should make time for, it's a success story of our student. So I think that there is an interest in extending time. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask, but that should be considered before we extend time. Sure, 10.
Do I hear 8?
Make a motion to extend for 10 minutes, and as Jenny likes to say, we don't have to take all of it.
All in favor? That's unanimous.
Brief.
Oh.
Oh.
No.
No. Yeah. So Safi is another success story. He was in our auto tech program. Hudson Valley dropped the DePaula Chevrolet program, so their closest training center was Springfield. So we met with Mark Vandenberg. He's the service director at DePaula, and he had CTE students in the past, but a long time ago. So we sent Safi over, and once again, Safi knows what he's doing. He's very excited, and they were amazed to have a student that already knew how to do half the stuff, if not more, that they have to train everyone to do. So the successful part is they paid, because co-ops can be paid or unpaid. They paid Safi over $8 an hour to start. They liked him so much, they said, go ahead to Hudson Valley. Your work hours will be when you're free. You come in and take care of it. After Hudson Valley, we'd like you to come here and have a full-time job, and we'll train you the entire time. And Safi comes back to the Brooklyn Career and Technical Center at Albany High weekly to talk to the students that are in the current program. And now we have Marquand, who started there, and they interact together, and they come back together and talk to the other students. And now we have students saying, well, how can I get what they're getting? And the answer is you have to do well in class, or you will not get what they're getting, because we do not send people to businesses that will cause those businesses never to call us ever again. So there's a lot of requirements there. I'll keep it that. Every student is a CTE student. No one gets a diploma and says, yay, I'm done, I'm retiring now. They all go on to get a career, and meeting with Workforce Investment Board members or chamber members, 2 things. They want students that are customer-oriented and dependable. They can teach them everything else, but it's really hard to teach someone to be friendly, put your cell phone away, and to show up on time. It's not that easy. Only other thing, I'll make it quick.
Nope,
Done? Okay, done.
They got 10 minutes.
Sure.
Oh.
Sure. Have questions, yeah.
I actually don't have a question. I just wanted to thank you for the dot diagram. It was extremely clear and easy to understand what you were trying, what your overall objective was, and where you stood on that objective, and how you grew from January to June. And I appreciate the clarity. It made it easy to understand.
The red dots, the programs still exist. They just haven't been
Yes.
finalized, right?
Yes, that keeps us in line about what we have to do and work on next to turn the dot to yellow and then to green for pathway approval.
Yeah, and just out of curiosity, what are the popular pathways at the moment?
Cosmetology. I'm just trying to think. What else is overbooked?
Culinary.
And culinary.
And who are the articulation agreements with, the established ones?
Anything from Hudson Valley Community College, Schenectady Community College, Austin School, EEOC.
Well, engineering will be RTI.
RPI for engineering, which
TI, Rochester.
Rochester, RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology. It depends where the business folks are articulated with either the University of Albany. Some come from, some of the art and technical art courses come from St. Rose. And you can have multiple articulations. So you can have one career, a field of study, and have different colleges, and you can get credit in any one of them.
You mentioned, we have carpentry and construction services. Do we have any relationships with construction companies or labor unions?
Yes, we do, and the teachers do. They call them the tin knockers, the metal workers, pipes, the boiler makers,
You name it, the carpenters.
electrical. Many of them are on the business advisory councils, and then some of them work directly with the teachers on their pathways.
I just want to thank you guys for your presentation. I have to say that in the year and a half that I've been on the board, this is probably the best presentation that I've seen.
Thank you.
Very, very clear.
Thank you.
The things that interest me, I think the only thing that I would like to see, and it's a little hard to do this, but I would like to see this actually offered at an earlier time, maybe in middle school. And I say that because we have a lot of kids that grow up in families where there's no real guidance. They are not exposed to careers. And I've always been a believer that the quicker you can expose kids to the various careers, the better choices they can make. And this is a personal thing for me because, when I grew up, it didn't exist, and you didn't learn it till later. And then, as you said, Joe, you spend so much time and you realize that, and then you're trying to make up time. But I do believe that the earlier you expose young people to careers, the better choices they can make. And the better choices they can make, they can be more successful. The other thing that's really, really important to me, and Sue kept poking me, but soft skills are the things that are important. And you've said that if a kid doesn't know how to say please, thank you, and the various things associated with the softer side of education, they're not going to be successful. So you've got the young man at Armory Garage,
yes,
who seems as though he has a great personality. Musa, I've actually met. So it's great that they have the skill sets, the softer skill sets, to be able to show up every day on time, communicate in a manner that they're supposed to, and have somebody say, hey, we would like for you to come work for us.
That's right.
And I've always believed, too, that people will always help you if you're able to show them that you're willing to do the things that it takes. So, as I said, of all the presentations that I've seen, this is the best one.
Thank you.
And I wish that all young people in our school systems were exposed to careers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I concur with Anthony, but I just have a comment. Dale, I think you've done an angel. I kind of hang with CTE. I know I missed a few meetings, and you probably think I abandoned you, but I didn't. You all have done a great job since you were on board, the two of you, kind of pulling things together, because for a while there it seemed like CTE was all over the place. But it seems to have stabilized, and I just want to commend you on being able to really see a projected pathway now that's stable. Mm-hmm. And I really want to thank you for that. You've done a really good job.
Thank you. I have a quick question that you might not actually be able to answer, but it might be food for thought. I know that sometimes we have issues getting teachers for different CTE things because it's not just that you are a culinary, that you're a chef, but you're a certified teacher that's a chef. It's not just that you're an automotive, someone that can do that, but you're a certified teacher that can do that. Have we tried to, because especially with Safi, because I know we've had issues in the past finding different roles, have we tried growing our own? Has there been a discussion with the students about, okay, you love this, you should consider being a teacher so you can come back and teach?
Not yet, but we're building a process where we can keep track of our alumni, and there's a button on our website for you to register as an alumnus. So out of that will come those kind of conversations.
And then sorry.
So this is just sort of a PR thing. So we've often talked as a board when we were at Common Council on Monday night. There were just a slew of people around that table who didn't seem to understand that a Brooklyn is not just part of Albany High School,
It is Albany
but
High School.
there are students who are in honors classes and AP classes who also take classes at
Yes,
Brooklyn.
that is
So
true.
I'm giving you a moment now to let the people who are in the room know that we're looking, when we in the November vote, to actually make a Brooklyn.
Yes.
So if you could speak
Yes.
to that, because as a parent, I've often sat here, Ms.
Yes.
Ghetto, and talked about, or on first name take Dale,
Yes.
in this roundtable, about watching children in the rain and in 5-degree weather running 5 blocks.
Yes. The Brooklyn Career and Technical Center, we have started to reconceptualize it right now as a wing of Albany High School in its current state. Last year, when I came on board to line up with the vision of a new Albany High School where CTE is front and center, I think it was Patrick Witten, our auto technologies teacher, who is just thrilled. He'll bring in his cars. He wants to show the world everything his students do. And I believe that the faculty is very proud of their work and very willing and wanting to showcase it right down the middle of Albany High School. Yes, that's a good question. Will it improve it? If you go back to what one of the earlier slides, what it was is most people still see college, career and technical education as vocational, as a place you go if you're not college or career ready, and it couldn't be further from the truth. Thank you.
The Lexile levels of a lot of our texts now are at or above AP level. So I think that is like a big change from what vocational used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I want to, again, commend Dale and Joe for the phenomenal work you've done at Brooklyn. It was important, and as grumpy as it was important for Dale to be in that role. Because I knew that she knew what I was talking about, and I knew that she knew what she was talking about, and between the two of us, we could figure out how to build that forward. The good news is, and you have to understand, we get audited by folks all the time. So when the Department of Education came, and continues to come to every single building to audit us, including something called the DTSDE study, Brooklyn is the only building that got the highest rating for teacher engagement, hands-on, which is what we're looking for in all classrooms across the city. And so to that end, again, I commend the staff at Brooklyn and the leadership at Brooklyn for bringing that experience, because that's exactly what we expect to happen for all high school all high school students in the City School District of Albany. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, and I just want to add this one thing before you guys go. I usually don't say a lot, so when we talk about something that I like, I'll talk a little bit about that. The thing that I want to say is, in addition to the practical aspect of the education that the kids are getting, and softer skills, the other side of this is, because the thing that I always say too is you don't always want our kids to be employees. We would hope that they become employers.
Yes.
And this is where the educational side comes in, because you've got to be able to explain to the young person that you're not always going to be working for somebody. The reason why you need to speak English properly is because you need to go and make a presentation to a banker. The reason why you need to understand math is because you're going to have to put together a business plan, which is going to include numbers. The reason you need to know how to write is because you've got to be able to write this business plan. The reason you need to know how to read is because you've got to do research to put the business plan together.
That's right.
The reason you have to understand presentation, meaning suit and tie, once again, you're going to have to stand in front of a banker in order to secure the financing that is going to take to finance your business. So, definitely think of that when you talk to young kids. And I'm going to come see you because,
please, and
as
we
I said,
are, and
these
we
are
are.
the things that are important to me.
And if you go to the website, some of the courses like cosmetology, we are encouraging people to take the entrepreneur course at Hudson Valley. I have a young woman in the carpentry class, and I'm encouraging her to stay local. I'm like, what are you going to study? I'm going to Hudson Valley for entrepreneur because I'm going to open my own furniture store. So that is all woven through the work that they're doing in the classroom with their teachers as well.
I'm going to tell you, if I had to do this all over again, I might be in your classes.
Come on.
Good.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Next, we have transportation.
Dale, for some of the young people women or men that are in your cosmetology class, I'm trying to figure out how to get this hair back. So if they can come up with a way to do it, please let me know. Oh, I don't want to. I want my hair to grow back. I want them to make it grow. I don't want to put something on there. I want them to figure out how to make it grow.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name's Joe Verini. I'm the Director of Transportation for the Albany City School District, and I appreciate being able to have the time tonight to come and speak to you and tell you a little bit about our transportation department. So we have a little PowerPoint here, and I'll go through that with you slide by slide, and if you have any questions at the end or whenever you have them, I'd be more than willing to answer them. I want to talk about the first slide here is our staffing and fleet profile. This slide represents the number of staff that Durham School Services employs, and gives you an idea of how many students or how many people work at the company. Below that is our fleet profile, and it lists the number of buses and the size of the buses that we utilize. And we also have a 10% number of spare buses when buses are pulled in for DOT inspection. Total number of daily transports. As you'll see, there's 107 routes, and there are more morning tiers than afternoon tiers, meaning that we double trip in the morning and double trip in the afternoon. There are less in the afternoon because we have a lot more students going to the after-school programs and staying after for activities. We're transporting 3,598 students daily. The next slide is the breakdown of the number of schools we transport. As you can see, we're going to 67 total schools, and you can see by the chart the other locations that we're traveling to. Our student breakdown sheet breaks out the number of students we're currently transporting, regular ed, private, parochial, and special needs students. We have a student that's an individual transport, and we have 53 students that are currently homeless that we're transporting. I want to talk about the homeless transportation. In case anybody is not aware, we have to, by law, transport homeless students up to 50 miles per day. And currently we have several that are out of the district, and we're traveling up to 49.25 miles a day for 2 students currently. The next slide represents our student population that we're transporting on CDTA. With CDTA transportation, students are allowed to travel Monday through Friday whenever CDTA is operating, and if need be on Saturdays with notification, they can be traveling to and from academic and sports trips. As you can see, the next slide talks about the daily facts of what we're doing as far as how long students are on the bus, the total miles we travel, our cost per pupil, and we also provide field trip coverage for our students. We averaged about 335 field trips this year alone, and we're transporting midday shuttles up to 46 hours a day. The next slide is the on-time arrival of school buses that we've been tracking this year. We started tracking them in November after things started to settle down, and we tracked them right up to the end of this April. We didn't have May put in here yet, but you can see based on the arrival times in the morning and in the afternoon what the percentage of on-time arrival was. If you'll notice the February on-time arrival, the on-time arrival in February was not too good, mainly due to a short month, and because there was a vacation week in there, and because of all the snow and the tough travel. We had a lot of buses that were stuck, couldn't get down streets, students who weren't ready to board, and that type of stuff. The next slide shows the number of students that moved, changed schools for whatever reason. Again, we started tracking those in November. In September and October, we had over 1,000 plus changes, so we didn't actually track them. Those were due to students that haven't enrolled yet or that moved over the summer. But we track those changes monthly, and as you can see, we have quite a few changes every month, which creates obviously changes in their routes, and which causes the bus times to change as well. Some of the things that are on this slide could be considered to be more efficient in transportation, and that would be to redraw some of the school boundaries, which I know that will probably happen in the future. Review the number of open enrollment student placements. We travel all over the city bringing students to different buildings, which creates longer ride times. Review the number of out-of-district special ed placements. I know sometimes we don't really have a choice because those are where the programs need to be, but we're finding out that we're traveling farther to more locations and to different, we're going to more schools based on where the kids are placed, which is creating the usage of more vehicles. Another possibility would be to utilize bus stops, CDTA bus stops, which would be an area where we would have to make students walk farther to their bus stops, and then utilize larger buses on routes, which would probably create shorter run times, but would require students to walk farther to the bus stops. Take any questions you might have.
Does anybody have any questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The last page represents information that I think I'm not sure if it's on the website or not, but we're prepared to put these answers to these questions up there for parents to see. Who to call when we have transportation issues. It's a little guide.
Ms. Savage, go ahead, guys.
What's the difference between non-public and private?
Non-public is the schools like the Catholic schools.
Parochial.
In the private parochial, and the private schools are some of the out-of-district placements that we have.
Can you explain a little bit the homeless transportation? There are 33 out-of-district, so that means they started in Albany and moved.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought that up. We have a number of homeless students in our district who we are required by law to transport. Right now, we've got like 33. We're going to like 33 students. They live outside of Albany, outside of the Albany school districts. So we have to provide transportation for those students to our schools, and we have to try to get them there on time every day and get them home in a reasonable hour. It creates it's a hardship for the families. It's one of the things that is necessary to do. It's one of the most stable things that kids have. So I feel like it's in our best interest to we have to make it happen, but it's a hardship in transportation to try to provide a driver and a piece of equipment to make that trip every day on short notice. And a lot of our families are moving. They get placed in one shelter, and then they end up in another one a couple of days later or somewhere else. So it's kind of like an ongoing issue that's very challenging.
So where do they generally live, or how far do you have to transport them?
Well, we work with a homeless coordinator in the central registration office, and most of the time these families are placed. And so based on where there's room for them to live, we get a notification from our homeless coordinator, and then we have like 2 or 3 school days to try to make the arrangements to get to the school. We try to do it immediately, but sometimes by the time we get usually we get a heads up about it, and then we try to make it happen within 48 hours to get these kids. We just, for instance, we're doing a transport for the next 4 or 5 days from we're going to be traveling to Gloversville to pick up. It's it's 45 and a half miles, and the worst part about it is these kids, the ride time. They're on a vehicle traveling. That ride time in the morning and in the afternoon, and they attend a school that starts. Their brother and sister. One goes to one goes to Giffen, and the other one goes to Delaware Community School. So we're going to be picking both of those students up, and we have to travel all the way in. And by the time we'll have to send a driver out 5:30, 5:45 in the morning to get there, and then pick the kids up and get them back, get back to come to school, and then do the same thing in the afternoon. So it's very challenging, but we've managed to make it happen. We haven't had any problems with it so far.
Yeah, the law provides a 50-mile radius.
Midday shuttles are for?
Midday shuttles are for like the career and explorations, the nursing program. We bus these kids to off-site daily, and it changes. The schedules change, on a daily basis.
I love the actionable items piece back here. I'm not sure how many we can do, but great that you provided it. Appreciate it.
I wanted to thank you for your presentation. I learned some things, and I also like the efficiency possibilities page, helpful to see some ideas for moving forward. I also wanted to thank you for my family's personal experience using your service, which has been overall excellent. One question which hopefully somebody gave you the heads up I might ask, since it'll be the second time or third time I've asked it, is I hear rumors that at one time there was an application that one could have on their smartphone to see where their child's bus was. Does this thing exist? Will it ever come back to life? Because we would love it as parents.
Yes, I'd like to speak to that. It started out, I just want to get my notes. The question was asked a while back, is there a way to track school buses or track buses to find out, through GPS system? The application was called Where's My Bus? This pamphlet went out to the three magnet schools in April of 2014. And it was a pilot program, and there was a number that the parents could call and they could sign up for this program. This is a program that Durham School Services put into place as a tool for parents to use. We didn't have a lot of people that signed up for it, but it did exist, and it still exists. However, there were bugs in the system, and that's why it was run as a pilot. Some of the bugs were that it really didn't. People didn't know how to use it. There were issues with the GPS, with it not giving accurate. The times were basically behind. The system updated like every 5 to 10 minutes, so it really didn't give you the correct time, and the system really didn't show you. It showed you. It told you whether or not you missed the bus, but it didn't. And it told you where the bus was or is, but it doesn't tell you how long it's going to take for the bus to get to you. So in other words, it might show that it's two. It shows you a grid, and it shows you that it might be like 2 streets over for you. It shows a grid within a mile radius. But it didn't. If it's stuck in traffic and it's a dead stop, it doesn't really tell you that the bus will be there in 10 minutes. It just tells you that you didn't get it yet or you missed it. One of the things that I'm happy to report is that we've been doing some follow-up on this, as we have been all along, and apparently, and I'm hoping that by September, this program will be running. For everybody, and it was up. The system programmer that Durham hired, or they actually. It'll now show you like a 5 to. It'll be up. The system will be updated like between 5 and 20 seconds, and it'll give you better information. And I'm hoping that it'll work and that everybody will be happy with it. Little note. Right now, there's about 60 people that have, out of all the people we sent this out to, there's about 60 people that are using this. And I don't know if any of you tried to use it or. Yeah, there were some glitches with it, but like I said, I think we got the bugs ironed out of it, and I think for September, I think it'll be up and running. Everybody will be getting an updated copy of this, and they'll be able to, put their student ID number in, and hopefully we'll have better results.
seems like something that maybe could be run at a PTA meeting, or if somebody could be there before school or something to give parents a little how you get this app on your phone support, because I think parents would really like to use it, but the challenge of getting it working sounds like it was not inconsequential. So,
Well,
we can
we'll do whatever we can to make sure that we attend the PTA meetings or get the information out and get some people to do it.
Just a quick note, we are out of time for this item. I have a lot of questions. I don't know if anybody else has any questions, but if we could extend, that would be great. I'm going to be using my full 3 minutes, I can tell you that. And he might, well, we can, but do you mind if we extend for 10 minutes?
Pretty good.
Right. Yeah. All right. So moved by Ms. Savage, seconded by Ms. Adler. All in favor of an extension of 10 minutes? Unanimous. So I wanted to start out with I mentioned this to you personally, but I wanted to mention it publicly. I've had a few different parents that have had safety concerns for their kids in their neighborhoods, and they've said just how much you've gone over and beyond to make sure those kids stay safe. And so it means a great deal that our transportation department is willing to focus on the kids in that way. So before I went into that, I just wanted to publicly express the appreciation for that, because that is, I think that's the focus we have to have everywhere. So I deeply appreciate that. And then I have a list of questions, and I don't know if you want me to just ask them all and then you can answer them, or we can see how it goes. But I'm curious if we have any internal or contract guidelines on the length of time kids are on a bus. That's a big one. And just if we, again, any internal guidelines on the distance of a bus stop from the house. I know that had mentioned CDTA bus stops, but mainly I'm looking do we have internal guidelines that kind of guide us? And then has there been any discussion, and I've mentioned this a few times, people kind of frown at me when I say this, but we have, as people know, at one middle school we have CDT, yellow. Has there been any discussion on consistency in middle school busing, whether it is, and I understand at North Albany with K-8 that would be slightly differently, but at least with our two middle schools that look just the same, a discussion on consistency with that. Costs, which Mr. Hogan might be better at answering. How does the state aid work? Because there's, of course, when you have, I think if there are any teachers left here, all of them could speak to difficulty of having, 66 or 72 kids in a confined space of any age really, but I can say if it's middle school age with one person to kind of oversee them, that could be a recipe for disaster no matter how magical that one person is. So I'm curious how our state aid works. So is it something where, is it 73% of all costs, or is it a flat fee per student? So in other words, if we went down to more 30 or 20 student buses, would that be a better thing? Is there, and then just a place that parents can go with issues quickly. The morning time on-time arrival, I do understand why that would be late, but the afternoon on-time arrival, so the bus kind of sitting there, I don't fully understand why that would be late ever. So that's my last one. And just to say, I would echo, I believe there's an interest in the app, so please don't give up on it. Thanks.
I won't. Okay. So you want me to? I'll go through these and answer. Okay. Now the guidelines on length of time. First of all, there is no. The state education department recommends that we kind of limit our transportation for students to under an hour ride time. Internally, we try to keep our ride times under, between 30 and 35 minutes. No, there's no. Well, but no, except the recommendation. Right. The next question. Distance from bus to house, from house to the bus stop. We try to limit our children that walk to a bus stop no more than 0.2 of a mile. In some cases, they do have to work. They have to walk farther because of where they live, but it's usually 0.2, and most of the time it's pretty. No, it's in the student in the policy that it basically says what I just said. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, the yellow versus CDTA at the middle schools. When Myers was built, there were major issues concerning CDTA transportation. We obviously wanted to put CDTA transportation in that building. At the time, it wasn't a possibility. We continue to work with CDTA, and it's ongoing. They've restructured their routes, and we've been in ongoing talks with them to try to provide that service.
Was that were the issues from CDTA, or were they from the parent community?
Well, there was issues regarding. First of all, there were issues about technically bringing the vehicles off the public highway and into that campus. There was no traffic device out there at the time. There was a lot of traffic with the elementary school down the street, with Ash. All of their buses that do student transportation are tied into their public runs. And so there were, major issues with the Neighborhoods Association about where the bus stops were going to be, with dropping kids off, having them walk out to out to Whitehall Road, and so on and so forth. So, but since that time, things have changed, and so CDTA has, restructured their routes. There's been, since a traffic device put in front of Myers, and so we're forever periodically talking about trying to provide that option and that service. Let's see, which other one did you have? The cost for state aid?
No, there's too many. There's too many state aid categories with all different formulas. We can give you that in the update if you want.
And the number of kids on buses. Obviously, the buses are rated by the state education department, by DOT, as how many students can ride. We have large buses, 66 passengers, 72 passengers that are on the road. We never try to fill those buses to capacity. Sometimes by the end of the year, they are, because we start out, with, a bus in the beginning of the year with, maybe 35, 40 students on it, and by the end of the year, with all the kids that move and some of the things that take place, it's, we have to put students on the buses that are in their neighborhoods. We never overload a bus. We never transport students illegally, or any of that stuff. So if there was a situation where, we had too many students, we would actually have to add another bus to the route. We try to utilize big buses when we can, but for the most part, living in the city with the tight streets and, the traffic the way it is, sometimes it's impossible to bring some of those bigger vehicles down those side roads, so especially in the wintertime. So as you can see back, if you look at the slide, the slide profile there of the fleet profile, you'll be able to realize why we do what we do.
Thank you, Joe. So I'm a liaison for DCS, for Delaware Community School.
Yes.
And just one of the recurring problems there, I wondered if you could speak to, and that is in the afternoon, the buses seem to arrive late. They seem to wait long, what appears to be, at least for little kids, a long time for the buses to come in the afternoon. Unless, of course, Ken Lane wants to tell me that that's not true. And that's fine, but that's what my last contact had been as the liaison as to one of the issues. So
I'm not sure if I have the exact answer for you.
I just asked you in case I was wrong.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I was going to ask Joe if anybody
no.
can speak to that.
I know we have on occasion, there was a period of time where we had a couple of buses because we've changed their route and had to combine a couple, and we were having problems with those two for a little while. I think for the most part, they're leaving within, the 10, 15-minute window, but I can make sure I start tracking that.
That would be good. There's only a few days. We'll look forward to a successful next year.
Yes, absolutely.
We have been tracking those arrivals and departures. We did have some issues with the departure times. One of the things you have to understand is that when we tier buses with first-tier schools, if they're delayed at the first tier, it becomes delayed at the second tier. We might have a student discipline problem or some traffic issues. I can tell you over at Delaware, there's been a lot of construction on 787, which is creating a lot of problems and a lot of holdups, and that is one of the reasons why the buses seem to be running late. When now they changed the traffic patterns, and so it's gotten a lot better. But between the weather and the traffic, that's probably most of the reason why.
Joe or Bill can answer this. How much are we paying you for transportation right now?
You mean Durham?
I mean just what I said. I know I said either Joe or Bill can tell me how much the district is paying for transportation.
I can tell you that.
That's what I said.
For our contract price.
That's what I said.
Our contract price, you mean? What we're paying in Durham?
Right.
Yes, our current contract is for this school year is $5,190,101.
Okay, and you're transporting 3,598 students, right?
That is correct.
But all of those aren't our students.
They're all Albany residents.
They're all Albany residents, but you've got your private, parochial,
right.
and your charter.
Correct.
And that 1952 is the public school students, I take it, right?
Correct.
Okay. $5 million. So, and did you do anything? I think the last time we had an update from you, we asked you about combining routes. Did you do anything with that, or did Durham do anything about
we combined
combining routes? Because it seemed like we had people overlapping and more buses than we really needed and that sort of thing. Was anything done with that?
Well, I can tell you that we do not use more buses than we need. We do combine routes whenever possible. That's one of the reasons we tier. Mm-hmm. But, some of the, you have to realize that you can't put students from one school with another school because there's some, issues that take place, disciplinary issues.
I just think it's important that the people, the city of the people
mm-hmm.
know that, this school district transports the students of the city, regardless of where you're going to school at. Now, the other thing I was concerned about the last time you did the update, and I'm still kind of concerned, it's with the Hackett kids, because I live not too far from there. In the wintertime, it just still seems to be a huge amount of Hackett children that are walking from across town. I see them. Some get off the bus, but then they come in droves walking. They've come right through Washington Park and in the winter. And I think I asked this question the last time we had an update, why those children aren't on the bus. And I think it had something to do with maybe it wasn't quite a mile or whatever.
Right.
These are children that are coming from 1st and 2nd Street over on the other end of town. And I think someone told me that when they first closed Livingston, those children were bused, but in the following years, they stopped it. So I've even gone into Hackett to find out what the deal is, and I don't really get good answers
Well,
when I do that.
you know, we have a mile and a half walk distance
Right.
policy,
Mhm.
and so I can tell you that we're transporting every student that goes to Hackett that fills out an application for transportation.
But that's Yellow Bus, right?
No, that's CDTA.
That's CDTA also?
Right, and we do transport some students on yellow buses at Hackett that live in very far distances where there is no CDTA service.
Do the children have to pay for any portion of that CDTA service, or is that
Not if they're eligible.
if they're eligible for the mile and a half?
Yet
We pick it up.
We pick up
that.
all the transportation costs.
Okay, all right. I'm still concerned because there seems to be a low, and in the wintertime,
Well,
it really bothers me. But I never really got a straight answer, to be honest.
I think a lot of the students choose to walk too. Even some of the students that are eligible for transportation, they choose to we can't make them
Was
take
there
the bus.
anything about parents paying any portion of that? Because it seems like I remember hearing
No.
something about that they had to pay like $50 or something.
Oh no, you're talking about
What am I talking
what you're talking about is when a student loses a swiper card, they have to pay a $15 replacement fee.
Okay, maybe that's what it was. Okay, thank you, dear.
I think that's it. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a discussion on a policy review of the Code of Conduct.
Does anybody have anything? It's just talk among yourselves? Oh, Tanya's coming. Off.
My turn.
Oh, okay, good luck.
Thanks.
Is it on? Okay. Well, here we are again. So let me just quickly go over the process that we used. The Director of Pupil Personnel Services, Dan Harper, convened a group, and they met periodically throughout the school year to look at data. They also administered a survey and decided that for this first year they would revise the grid, the leveled grid, and the behaviors in the grid. And much discussion happened around that. It seems to be really loud. Is it really? Okay. Oh, is it? Okay. I'll try to get closer then. So his group did that, and then we brought it to the policy committee. The policy committee made recommendations for changes. We changed it, brought it back to the policy committee again, and I do see that a couple of changes didn't get made that we talked about last time. So with that, you have the red line version. I believe the changes start on page 27. And I'm going to assume you've all read through this, so I don't need to walk you through the changes, and some of you have read it several times, I'm sure. So the one thing that I do know that got struck on level 4, which would be page 31, the last item in the first column should not be struck. That should be in the Code of Conduct. for level 4.
So the alcohol, the very last thing should be in there?
Yeah. And then, Anne, I believe you recommended some language around.
It's not actually me. It's just the current code as it is on the district's website has more generic language at the bottom of 29. Use of the CDTA network for the purpose of accessing pornographic materials. I did not bring the text with me, but in the current code, it's more general,
Generic.
inappropriate use of the network as opposed to specifically around pornography.
Yep.
And I think it was actually an editing error to narrow that. It was meant to be.
I think you're right there. So, and I didn't get a chance to write down your language before this, but yeah. So I think that opens it up. Oh, I can go into next steps. So next steps would be what we've talked about is Jeff Honeywell would sit down with me this summer because we did talk about there seems to be a lot of redundancies throughout this policy, and he would help me to edit out what doesn't need to be in there and to make sure that we keep the things that legally have to be in there. And then we've also built into the job description of the assistant director for pupil personnel services an annual review with the committee of the code of conduct ongoing.
Is that it? Because then I'll open it up to comments and questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to start, Ken? No? Do you want us to come
Let
back
them
to
eat
you?
cake.
Just nod. Would you like us to come back to you? Yes. Okay, great. Anne.
So I'm just going to say again some of the things I said in policy committee so that they're heard by the whole board and by the folks who are in the room. The decision was made sometime long before I was on the board for the committee to really, and by this committee that you mentioned, the staff committee, to recommend only these very modest changes to this document this year. And I think in my role as board, I want to respect the decision that was made by the people who use this document every single day and live with this document, and I respect their professional opinion about what needed to be done urgently. However, I have very serious concerns about this document. I don't think it's easy to use. I think it's redundant. I think it's entirely too long. I think it's poorly formatted. I think in many places it's poorly edited. I think sometimes the grammar is unacceptable. And I really don't think as a board member I should be copy editing, and I was doing some copy editing, and I had to force myself to stop. That is not my job. Our staff can do better than this. This is not an example of excellence in the City School District of Albany, and we need to do better. And so it's not, to me, just a matter of reviewing this document from time to time and making a few changes. Somebody needs to own this document. Somebody needs to look at this document and think, is this a sample of how Albany is excellent? Is this a great code of conduct that's easy to use for parents and students, that makes it clear to students what happens when they do what, and that makes sure that we have equity in the way that our code of conduct is deliberated on? And so I am going to vote in favor of these changes out of respect for the staff that made the decisions that they did. But I am not going to vote in favor of this if it comes again before us again next year, because it is not as good as we can be. Other city school districts have much better, clearer, more attractive, more readable codes of conduct, and we can do better than this. And so that is what I have to say about the code of conduct.
I agree with that, and that's why I wrote it specifically into a job description.
So I just have a couple of questions and then some comments. You said that there was a survey that was done?
Yes,
to get feedback?
For teachers.
Right. I would like to see that survey. I don't think we ever got it. Did we ever get that, the results of the survey?
I don't think you did.
Okay, so I would like to ask for that, and if we could,
yes.
that would be great if you could send that to us as soon as you're able. And the reason I want the feedback on it is because I've spoken before about the fact that throughout this year I have heard serious concerns about the code of conduct. And back in December, we sat at a board meeting. It wasn't you, but I said that there were three things that had happened at the high school. So where the discretion that was supposed to be vested in this code of conduct, which I do agree with Ann, the discretion is there, but it is impossible to figure out. So the discretion is in there, but the problem was that the discretion of the high school was ignored by Mr. Harper and by you. And instead what was done, this is my understanding, it was that there was supposed to be consistency. And as a result, without violating any, personnel of FERPA information, is there was a student who brought in an X-Acto knife because he doesn't like to use pencil sharpeners. A kid who was in honors classes in 9th grade, and the child was suspended for several months as a result of that. First offense. We had the legendary. We had somebody who was a sports person, so I won't be more specific because it would violate it, who got multi-month suspension, and that person, the high school begged, including one of the people who was her mentor, to not have that happen, and instead of vesting in the high school the discretion to deal with their students for first offenses, it was out of their hands. And I know that for a fact because I know people who are at the hearing, people who are at the interview. So I have a problem with this document because it appears to solve no problems, and it doesn't appear to be what the people want. The other is to have the kind of discretion that you vest through this document, besides having it being ignored, is it requires the kind of supports that we don't have. And one of my schools is the high school. So we've talked about it before during budget time. To be able to not be throwing children out of school for out-of-school suspensions requires the teams to be in place. And when you have 4 academies, having 2 crisis teams is still 2 crisis teams too few. So that's not your fault. The problem is, though, that at budget time, these are all integrated pieces of a coherent district. And so having we've had kids out of school for a long time, and I'm not going to vote for this because I think it's a terrible code of conduct.
Remember when you came before us with these changes, apparently, but you went for a much longer document, right? This is like 80 some odd pages we got here. This document, and the one prior to it was about 40 pages because I'm looking at it. It's dated 2012, and then we went to this big fat rascal that we're talking about tonight. Well, I'll tell you, I guess I'm somewhat in agreement with my colleagues. And this code of conduct goes back to Linda Jackson Chalmers when she was the HR person, and I think she worked on this one that I'm looking at here rather diligently. But for some reason, it just never seems to come together right. And do you agree with me, Ms. Cutting? Because you've been here as long as I have. This code of conduct thing has been a struggle. This is my 7th year on this board, and I declare, and I still don't think we have it right. We're trying, but we still don't have it right. We've dickered and badgered back and forth about so many different areas for children, how to discipline them, or what they should be. Discipline policy was part of this. Other was code of conduct and how they should be disciplined, how we should go about it, how severe it should be. And I just hate to say, I still don't think we got it right. This is a much fatter book that you're working on here, but some of the things, I think our dress code is still off for our children. We're allowing things that are getting them into trouble. And I just think it never sat well with me, ever. I have to admit this. And some of the way we penalize our children, I'm in total agreement. Some of it is too severe. And then when we should be severe, we aren't. Things are left at the discretion of the principals. I think we had this conversation the last time you came, because it had something to do with when a student is defending himself and somebody jumps on him. I remember Dan was sitting right over there. We talked about it. And giving the student who's trying to defend himself the same penalty as the one that jumped him. And we went around the horn on that, and I don't think we ever got that straightened out, because most board members felt there but it was said, well, we have to leave it up to the discretion of the teachers that are there and whatever they whatever they feel, which is just totally wrong. So it's just so many areas of this new one that seem to be just as far out and not right as this old one that this apparently was a triad, a revision of. So, and I wish I could tell you what to do, and I really can't. But I do know that we have not gotten to the right place on this code of conduct yet. I have to, it stresses me to even have to read it, to be honest with you. It really does. So I don't know what you're going to do either. I really don't.
I actually agree with what a lot of board members have said, but since Ann said that she was going to vote for it and explained why with her reservations, I'm just going to say what Ann said, but I agree with Rose and Sue as well.
I agree that we're still far from where we need to be with this, and that's exactly why I've decided it needs to sit with a person in a job description as an annual ongoing review that happens each year.
And then will board members, what will be the oversight on that? So if it's in someone's job description to really revamp it and be part of their process, I guess it would be great, if you can't tell us tonight, at least can you get back to us and let us know how we're going to see that? Is it going to be in the policy committee? So is it going to come up in the policy committee every year? Or is it just going to be,
You have to review it every year and approve it every year. So yes, it'll be part of what you'll see each year.
I guess I'd like to add that in this case, I think I was on the policy committee for the whole discussion of the code of conduct, right? So when it came to us, it was sort of like the committee has been working on this, and this is what they're proposing. And I'm hopeful that in the process this year, the person who owns it, the committee that they're presumably going to work with, are going to look at other districts' existing codes and see. We don't need to recreate this wheel. I mean, certainly we want to make sure that we believe in the code. We don't want to adopt someone else's wholeheartedly. But I looked at Buffalo's today, and I have not read it carefully. I do not know if it's good or bad. I do know that it is easier to read and easier to understand. So I just wanted to say that I hope it will not just be a matter of, oh, I'm going to look at this and think about it, but that we should be looking to model. We should be looking for examples of excellence in other places and building off of those.
And I think also bringing data to the table, what is happening with suspensions and with students.
So the only other thing I want to add to it is, since it's going to be in somebody's bailiwick, they're going to be responsible for it. I would like to see this in some way when it's presented again, detail where the supports are in the district that are going to allow for whatever the code of conduct winds up being substantively for implementation. Because otherwise we get a code of conduct that, and I know you don't want that, we wind up getting a code of conduct that conceptually is great, but we don't have the bodies to actually not be suspending kids. It's obviously you don't need a lot of bodies if we're suspending them and they're going home and they're getting an hour of tutoring or not. So that to me is the holistic piece again. I get the point of it, but it has to be part of a bigger thing. And I've always gone back to this. Alen was saying, and the candor to the board where if we don't have the bodies, then at least to tell us that. So basically to come and say, well, we really can't do the sort of not suspending 8-year-olds perspective because we don't have enough bodies to do that, because then the other half of the kids in that building who might have problems that are not suspendable will not get the services they need. Again, that's how the board can help you fund things in a way, because otherwise it doesn't help us.
So absolutely, and the budget implications would come forward, I think, as we look at the
Right,
budget.
thank you. Then that avoids us having this discussion.
Dr. V, I think.
Just one little thing. The other thing about this is it's not fair to the teachers if we don't have a concise document in front of them. We're expecting them to uphold rules and regulations, and if we don't have a clear and concise document, it really isn't fair to them. And I keep going back to this dress code. We still have children walking through our schools with pants hanging down below their buttocks, and nobody's saying anything about that. Now, I'm not saying suspend them because they have their pants hanging down, but something should be said. And it should be stated in a document. And we got the shorts thing going on now because it's hot. And the weather's warm, and we got the shorts that are just shorts, and it's so these things need to be concisely written up so that teachers know how to handle it, and they have this document to back up their actions.
How they dress.
The dress the dress code is in there, but it's vague. It's always been vague. That has been one of my problems with this thing. The dress code is vague.
So
so the teachers handle it vague.
I think an example that I can give is, for
Anthony
example,
said-
Myers Middle School has a parent handbook with a dress code that actually addresses more specifics. I think there's even says no short shorts
Why
or
does Myers
cut
have
off.
something different than everybody else?
This is vague so that individual schools can be specific in their own codes of conduct and dress codes. So, for example, on Myers, it actually lists all of the things that are expected for
And it
dress codes,
doesn't
and then
enhack it?
what girls can't wear, what boys can't wear.
But it doesn't enhack it.
I haven't reviewed Hackett's because that's not one of my schools, but I have reviewed Myers' parent handbook, and it's in there.
I'm not understanding that at all. I'm not understanding.
All I'm going to say is we've heard you, and we will fix it.
Great. Thank you very much. Next up, we have our year-end financials.
It's so early.
Somewhere.
All right. All right, this might have been better 2 hours
Wait a
ago,
minute,
but
we got to 4 in the morning for my last board meeting? Is that what's happening here?
It's almost gone.
It's almost gone, yeah. The toilet's a little.
Okay, this was handed out in advance, so I will just peruse through this. The agenda for this is we're going to talk about the revenue projections for year-end, the expenses for year-end, projected surplus deficit for year-end. I want to continually emphasize projection because we will be doing financial transactions through the middle of July, so the numbers will change. We'll talk about reserves and fund balance limitations, some of the options we have, and the staff recommendation. So why are we talking about this right now in June? Because this is an opportunity, if we did take board action, to work with our fund balance, which will be over a 4% threshold on year end because of the surplus. So we are projecting a positive financial year-end results this year, and given that, we do have an opportunity to put resources in place to meet anticipated future needs, and we'll talk about some things we've done before. So these are the projected, some of the projected revenue variances. Most of these areas are highly unpredictable. When you see a positive number like property taxes collected, these are all based on taxes that were at one point turned over to the county. The county has collected them and or made us whole on them. As a result, and again, this is highly unpredictable as a revenue. No one really knows on somebody that has an 18-month-old tax bill if they're going to pay it next year. So it's actually a very positive variance. We're almost $4.2 million higher than projected. So that's good for this fiscal year. The pilots are also relatively unpredictable from year to year. So there's good news here. The pilot from taxes is higher than projected as well. The Microsoft settlement, $500,000, that was not budgeted. That could not have been predicted. That was a class action lawsuit that had been going on for who knows when. So that one couldn't have been predictable. The federal Medicare receipts and the refunds we get from BOCES and county and Medicare, those areas as well fluctuate quite wildly from year to year. The BOCES refund, for example, is based on their financial operations, and they have to distribute any excess income. No one ever knows what that number is until you actually get it. And state aid came in less than expected, but because our state aid is based on actual expenses, so when you underspend in your expenses a year ago, your aid gets clipped a year later or reduced. So that's why that is a variance. These are some projected variances on expenditures. The biggest area is in salaries and related benefits. The way we budget salaries here, and I think we will rethink this in the future budgets because we have about 1,450 employees. Even if 5% of those positions are vacant during the year, that's going to generate over a $4 million surplus. So last year, this variance was over $3 million. This year, it's about $6 million with benefits. So instead of budgeting every position to the dollar, zero-based budgeting, we'll talk about in the next budget season based on our trends. Maybe we don't need to budget 100% staffing levels every day of the year. So I think we can adjust this downward. And it does take, in a public school setting or most government, it takes 8 to 12 weeks to actually get through a process to get someone in a seat after there's a vacancy. Benefits, there's a variance. Health insurance, we did have about $1 million contingency in there in the 14-15, actually 13-14 budget. The budget we just did for next year, that contingency was cut in half from $1 million to $500,000. Based on this, we may also be able to reduce that contingency in the future. That contingency was really held for two reasons. One is most of our health insurance plans, unemployment, workers' comp, and health insurance are all self-insured. So when expenses are low, we reap 100% of the benefits of that. But the other thing is it's unpredictable. How many people are going to have $150,000 claims next year? Who knows? So you have to just look at trends. But I think we could adjust that downward to reduce surpluses in the future as well. Utilities came in well. Special ed is a big area, $1.6 million under budgeting. Well, we expect to be under budget in special ed placements and BOCES placements of special ed students. And contractual is just multiple lines throughout the budget. There's probably 100 contractual lines. And we will look at this again in July when we have actual numbers, and we'll go through this exercise again. So this is the best, what we can project right now, solely for the purpose of reducing fund balance before June 30th, if we're comfortable doing that. So this shows, and then that last line is, as you recall, the voters in May approved that we use our capital reserve and some fund balance to fund the projects in 14 buildings and the athletic outdoor facility as well. So that will end up reducing our deficit, or our surplus actually will net out to about $1.9 million we expect. And as I mentioned, based on these variances every year, we will look at how we do in the next budget. If there's areas we can cut, I typically will cut a few $1 million out of the budget before you even see the first draft every year, based on 3-year trends, actual expenditures, and actual revenues. So let me switch and briefly talk about reserves and fund balance. Reserves are monies you set aside for an anticipated future expense or a known expense. The last bullet here states the State Comptroller's Office actually suggests that is prudent financial management, utilizing your reserve accounts. This helps us keep stability in the tax levy in future years, and also be prepared if something unexpected happens and like a middle school closes and we have to come up with millions of dollars with no notice. Fund balance is basically, think of it as your lifetime savings. So that's a thing that you don't want to wait that out in 1 year, because there's really no sustainability to do that in future years. So we are always looking at the use of fund balance and looking at it from a multiple year long-term perspective. There are limitations on fund balance, which is an unrestricted, unassigned fund balance can only be up to 4% of your next year's budget. And as my second bullet suggests, that rule isn't because that's sound financial planning. It's not at all. In the City School District of Albany, a 4% retention is only 2 payrolls. So you could actually run for 20 business days with a 4% retention, assuming you didn't pay a single vendor for the month. So you can't even run this organization for 2 or 3 weeks with that retention. But that's what the law is. So based on the surplus, we actually would end the year with an 8.46% unassigned, unrestricted fund balance. Last year it was 4.65%, which is closer to the 4% where we'd like to be. This is just for display purposes. This is a breakdown of what our reserves currently are right now without action. The biggest 2 areas, the biggest 3, if you look at the tax certiorari, that's $3.2 million. We're a very large urban district. We do get changes with commercial property, can go from a business to warehouse stature. You can get challenges that go back 2 or 3 years. So this is a good safety measure so that it doesn't create a budget crisis when a big claim occurs. Employee benefits, this is set aside, and this is a known liability. We have a liability on the books today for about this amount, but it's basically accrued time. When people retire and they have 30 or 40 years of service, they get a percentage of their sick leave as a payout, and of course they get their vacation. So, and the last item is debt reserves of $2 million. We will actually be using that up. We generated about $7 million through the 10 years when we were borrowing. Interest rates were low. They were lower than expected. We had built up some reserves, which we will, and the CPA firms want us to liquidate this, but it's the same thing. You don't liquidate it in 1 year because it creates a budget crisis a year after. So we've been using this $1.1 million a year for several years, and then the new budget we just did, it's down to $800,000, and probably it'll go down to $500,000 in the next 2 years. This gives us a snapshot of where we expect to be based on the projected surplus. And that's why there's going to be a recommendation, if you're comfortable, to take an action tonight to allocate some of this surplus. I do want to just remind people that in the May budget, we actually delivered $6.5 million of capital projects without asking for any increase in taxes. And our average annual tax levy increase over the last 5 years has been just a little over 1% on average, 1.2% to be exact. In addition to that, we actually added in the new budget $7.8 million of new programs and student supports through staffing. So we're actually in a very good position financially speaking, and a lot of districts would love to be having a discussion about too much fund balance and also delivering all of those things. So there's essentially two options that school boards have when they have too much fund balance based on the 4% rule. One is to reduce the tax levy. If we do that, there's just a heat of caution that if you do it too much, or it's not a sustainable reoccurring revenue. So, for example, if you reduce the tax levy in August by $1 million, our budget basically would be $1 million too high the next time we roll it, because you projected a budget with $1 million tax levy increase, but you didn't tax at that level. So a year from now, you would have to increase taxes $1 million just to get to the current budget level. That's how that works. So you just have to do it with caution and do it understanding that it's not sustainable. It's a one-year stopgap. And the other opportunity, or you can do a blend of both, is to allocate fund balance to reserves, which again, here's the advantages to that, which I won't read to you, that actually saves the district money in the long run and helps stabilize the tax levies in the future. So the staff recommendation at this point is to invest $8.5 million in the capital reserve. We have 20 buildings. We have 10,000 people in the buildings every day. There is wear and tear. There will always be capital projects going on in this district. We just passed to do 14 of them in May, but there will be 14 more probably within the next 3 to 5 years. So, and we will probably do some sooner rather than wait 3 years to do them all. So every year we evaluate all of our buildings with professional architects and engineers, and try to keep our buildings up to specs. Let's see. The other thing I just want to highlight, item D, when you do capital projects, there's a large amount of state aid, 70 to 80%, depending on what they agree to pay aid on, but about a 60-cent investment will give you $2 of construction. So it's a very good return on your investment as a community member. So there's really a two-step recommendation. One is to take about $8.5 million now and put it into a capital reserve to meet future capital needs. We just drained the reserve. Last June we set up a reserve for $5 million. We took out all but $49,000 of it for these current projects. So it was in and out. It was planned for that purpose. But now that capital reserve is pretty much dry, and this would replenish it at a slightly higher level. And then the other second part of the recommendation is when we do have the final numbers in July to look at perhaps reducing the proposed tax levy, which was about a $1.1 million increase in tax levy. It was less than 1%, 0.98%, but you could look at that as well. You don't have to make that decision until August when you actually set the tax rate. So the recommendation is take the $8.5 million and move it now, see where we are in July, and then make a decision on the tax levy in August. So there's where we are. In conclusion, if the board is comfortable, this could, by 5 members agreeing to that, this could become an action item, and we could move the $8.5 million. The one advantage to that is it would occur before June 30th. It would lower our fund balance by June 30th. If we don't do it tonight, it's not a total crisis. We would do it, ask to do it in July, but then it would be printed, and the finding would be at 8.46%, and then there would be a note of a subsequent event. They don't finish the audit until August, September. It will already be resolved by the time they get here. So, but they still have to cite it because as of June 30th, the number was higher. So with that, I will turn it over for discussion and questions.
This question mostly pertains to the decision we don't have to make until August, but you're going to be one with me in my mind. You know what I'm going to ask. Is there any hope that we will know if we are going to get the rebate of our taxes from the state before we have to make that decision? Because last year you guided us very confidently and persuasively that the way the rebate is structured is essentially an allocation of state resources to subsidize the school district. And I would like to take advantage of that if we have the opportunity to do that, as opposed to if we don't know about the rebate, then it's a different decision. So anything more on the rebate?
We did submit a rebate, and as I had given to the board in an update, there were millions and millions of dollars we did in 2010 and 2011 that could not be counted because it was prior to 2012. So the biggest savings I could identify were in the health insurance line, because actually our health insurance costs decreased by $2.5 million one year. So I gave them a package of $1.6 or $7 million. I had to be conservative on the $2.5 million. I didn't want to claim it all because then, so I gave them a rationale and a formula of why it happened and why we should get that. And I gave them some other categories. So I expect we should qualify for that. I don't know what their particular deadline is. They received 700 of these. Around, I think it was June 1st was the deadline. So I don't know when. They are very excited about running around from a PR standpoint and say, look at all the money school districts save because we sent this incentive. Well, most of us had, because of the recession, we're forced to, those things were already being done anyways. But now it's just documented and packaged as part of the rebate program. So I don't know the deadline date of when they're required to tell us yes or no.
Well, I'm hopeful that we'll know that before we have to make the decision about the tax levy, because it would affect my decision on what we want to do with that.
Okay.
And so one of the questions I have is regarding the revenue variances. If you look back over, say, the last 10 years, and I'm not asking you to actually have math, but just like rough estimate, is this out of line with the typical experience of the district, that this is such a high revenue? Is there sort of a standard deviation? You can give me a sense of like what is typical, what is atypical, because I just wonder, I love having a capital reserve, but it does feel like we had kind of a lot of excess money here that maybe could have been allocated in a different way.
Right.
If we had anticipated this.
Right. The biggest variance here, $4.2 million, which is bigger than all the other variances combined, is dealing with past due school taxes collected by the county, which we have no control over that.
And it does vary that much. I mean, just as you look mentally over it over the last 2
Right.
years,
They
it really
have
is
been
crazy
more
up and down.
aggressive, and this is higher than the last year and, 2 years ago in this fiscal year. It has been higher than the normal, and it's not a trendy line. It's been up, it's been down, and now it's been up last year and this fiscal year again. And this year, I'm projecting it's going to be over $1 million more than it was last year, and last year was even unexpectedly high. So I don't think it can keep continuing to be.
Because eventually the people have paid their taxes.
Right. Eventually it will be made whole, and it will. So,
Okay.
as we go through the process, we will review all of these based on the actuals rather than these projections, and go through and make recommendations, and I'll connect it in the budget process of remember in July, I said the surplus, here's a change we made.
Okay, I just have one more question, and I do realize that even though this sounds like a lot of money, it's really not a huge percentage of our overall budget, right? It's not
Correct.
20% of the budget, it's 2% of the budget, it's not a lot. My last question is on the slide on page 4, slide 8. I just wanted, obviously the capital reserve is well underfunded. That's frighteningly low. I would not sleep at night knowing, if this were my personal budget, knowing I had such a small percentage of the possible repairs I needed to make. But the workers' comp and unemployment are satisfactorily funded. Those two, which look awfully low in the context of all the other numbers, are adequately funded?
Yeah, pretty much. Workers' comp is self-insured, so sometimes there can be they'll tell us, they'll suggest, our advisors, to say, you know what, let's just do a full settlement with this person instead of 30 years. And so you can have some bumps in workers' comp. Unemployment's kind of pay as you go. That obviously spiked during the recession when we were laying all those people off. That's been relatively predictable. Unemployment, a lot of districts probably don't even have one. So I'm not really too worried about unemployment. Workers' comp would tend to have more variance. And capital, we're always going to need money in capital.
Could you just explain the rebate a little bit more to me, please? I'm sorry.
The tax rebate program was that if school districts could document and save 1% of their tax levy, for us, which is about $1.1 million, I had to show that I would save this district $1.1 million for each of the next 3 years, based on something I have done since 2012 or based on something I plan to do. We had already had the experience in the history that I could show actions that we already have taken, mostly in health insurance, but I gave them 4 items or so, additional items, in case they wanted to pick on that one. And I had some other stuff that would be reoccurring savings. So the tax rebate program was, if you showed in our case $3 million of savings over 3 years, give or take, taxpayers would be refunded the amount of their tax levy increase. Now, in our district, the tax levy increase we're proposing, I believe, on an average house is about $18 for the entire year. So don't plan a trip to Disney World with your tax rebate. So it's not going to be a big number because our tax levy was only 1%. So if we had had a 4% tax levy, it would have been a lot more money, but we didn't want that.
Right, it's just that the money comes from the state income tax instead of from local property taxes to cover that $1.1 million. So we're distributing our costs across the whole state instead of only on local property owners.
So the late collection, it's just purely late collection of taxes? No percentage of that has to do with assessed value?
No, it's just a collection of taxes and penalties and fees associated with that.
Are there any implications to where we shift the money or how we shift the money to the governor's latest plan for potential aid?
The biggest aid you will get in terms of the future is the capital, where we're around 80% aid, but it's 80% aid on what they agree to aid. So often our real number is 65, 70% of aid on projects.
Right. He just announced a plan that would potentially provide funding for upstate New York schools.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, it's upstate, but upstate is Yonkers.
Even I grew up upstate.
Okay. I'm good with the recommendation.
Yeah.
And we can decide in August to take from the fund balance and not do the tax levy increase if we want.
Right, August.
But that would take from, if we left it at $4 million, we would take from that.
Right. I mean, we're still going to be over the 4%, so, but we'll base it on real numbers in August, and that's when you set the actual tax rate and the tax levy.
So there's no way we could, like, encumber that amount right now?
Well, we have to see where it falls, because these are all projections, so we just have to see where the final number falls and then what's left. But you have a couple things going on. I mean, they're going to have to decide before September, it would seem, because
The governor wants his signature on the check before the election.
yeah, the checks would seem to go out to reimburse people for the increase, but maybe not. You never really know. This is a new program, and they passed broad language, and there's often not details. But yeah, you could end up actually, people could get reimbursed the 1% tax increase, and also, well, actually, you know what? That would actually end up probably canceling out the tax rebate. I did all that work for nothing.
What did you just say?
Yeah.
So let me think about that, yeah.
Slow down.
If we don't raise the taxes, there's not going to be a rebate.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. If
She
we don't
wants to
raise the
wait,
taxes,
right.
then we don't get the rebate. Now, I am not a fan of this program. I think I'm stealing your time, Ken. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But this is a terrible program. I am totally not a fan of the tax rebate program. But since it exists and our illustrious governor wants his signature on these checks to come in people's mailboxes, we might as well take advantage of it and get those state resources here. So you taught me that.
Right.
I learned that from you last
Well, good. I'm
budget
glad
cycle.
I taught somebody something. But yes, it's your money. Basically, the $1 million they would have given you is going to stay with the state. They would have given community members. So let's look at that, and we could always use another reserve if we wanted to, because of the rebate. But that can be a discussion.
Okay. I'm good with the recommendation in general.
Bill, last year we had a surplus too, right?
Yeah, 3 million something, but I want to just emphasize the only reason we had a surplus is because we sold 2 buildings for $4.5 million, which was a once in a lifetime. So had we not closed and sold those buildings, we would actually have a deficit last year.
So this year our surplus is coming totally from the fact that maybe well, you explained to us in the
Yeah,
beginning.
primarily on the revenue side, more taxes, back taxes than we expected. And then on the expenditure side, it was kind of staffing and health insurance benefits and...
That didn't make us utilize as much as we had budgeted, right?
Right.
Okay, so now this $8 million that you're recommending, break that down to me again, please.
Well, all of that, the recommendation is to put all of that in the capital reserve.
But where does it come from?
It would come from,
You probably
because
said it
we're
already.
generating a surplus and we're over this 4% threshold, we need to move the money. So the suggestion is to move the money to a capital reserve.
But our total surplus is 8.5. No.
Well, the financial statements are going to show a $1.9 million surplus.
Right.
But the reason it's really 1.9 plus, if you look up on slide 5, the 5.8 million that we allocated to capital
Okay.
projects. So
Okay.
it's closer to 7.7.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But you want to pull 8.5. Okay. So now my other question is, this, timing-wise, you never find this out this close to the end of the budget?
No, that's a good question, because what's asked is, and this has been asked before, why didn't we, and now fortunately we didn't cut anything, we added $7 point some million of new stuff this budget cycle, but in other years, you'd say, okay, why didn't you tell us this on March 1st? Because then we wouldn't go through so much pain in the budget process. And the answer is, you don't know this stuff. If to know this on March 1st, the most recent financial information I could base any projection on would be January. January is the 5th month out of 10 months of school. So you can't predict 10 months from 5 months of data.
But this surplus does build up over time, right?
Correct. The surplus, we're pretty, as you know, very intensely in the budget in March and early April.
Mhm.
And then what I typically do internally, early April, start looking at how is this whole thing running, because a lot of times we're able to buy some things in the spring if we're running ahead, so that can take pressure off the next budget.
Because that's what I'm looking at. There's things that we would have needed to do that the money apparently was there, because we're winding up with this big fat chunk at the end of the year.
And we've been doing a lot of things. In
Mhm.
early April, I cut the staff loose on textbooks, and you'll notice the high school's being was paved last week. We actually were able to buy a lot of the computer equipment for the Brighter Choice, which was network equipment. And so, we look at this stuff in early April and look at, how is it running, or do we need to speed up or slow down, and
But now
look
you
at
did
how it
say
helps.
for next year you're going to try to watch the trends more so when you set the budget.
Well,
so that
we're still not going to know a whole lot until even like May. I mean, there's some rough estimates in April, but the train is watched every month. We're doing monthly financials, and we're looking at the numbers. It's just a matter of you got to be careful with how brave you want to be with 5 months of data to project 5 months forward. So, for example, this June, I know we're going to spend $50 or $51 million. There's 1,000 expenditure lines. I cannot tell you to the dollar where that $51 million is going to fall, but I know we're going to spend $50 or $51 million.
I hear you. I don't know if I quite agree with you, but
Yeah.
I hear you. Okay. Yeah. That's all I have.
So, from the discussion tonight, it sounds like the decision of, I'm curious, I know our fiscal year end is the 30th. So you would need, if you wanted to do something before the end of the year, you would need an action tonight, I'm assuming.
Tonight or a special meeting, which I'm sure is not something we want to do.
Yeah, I personally, like everyone, I would rather not do that. Have a special meeting, unless, we're hanging out somewhere else and we're not actually voting on anything. And everybody's welcome, would be great. But that's not something we're voting on. So what, I just want to clarify any votes that you're looking to do tonight.
Well, yeah, if the board was comfortable, we would need 5 votes to amend the agenda to make this an action item, and then it would be voted on. That's the better scenario. If you're not comfortable or you want more time, this can be done at the July meeting, and it will just be a subsequent event. So.
And then that's the ding on the audit.
Yeah, we're still going to be over a little ding over 4% anyway, but I'd rather be 4.6 or 8 than 8 point something, 8.46. So, it's not. Don't feel like we put you in a vice here. It can be in July if you're more comfortable with that.
Well, and is it something where, because I think what's kind of hanging up in the air is the tax levy. So, right, so we could put in what you're recommending into the capital reserve and leave that section out for deciding later,
Correct.
Depending on what happens with the governor. Because I think I mean, I personally would love to see us put that towards the tax levy, but I also hate to give away money.
$1 million, yeah.
So,
So the August discussion, and we may want to talk about it again in July, but the August, if it wasn't going to reduce the tax levy, then we could talk about putting it in another reserve.
and then I'm going to throw something out there that may be frowned upon, and I apologize in advance if it is. I just wanted to bring up, I'm not sure if people have been paying attention, but the New York State government has finally gone paperless, which everybody's like, oh my gosh, thank goodness, it's time. It's about time. It's crazy how long it is. It turns out the Albany Board of Education has not yet gone paperless. And I know that there is I'm wondering if in this surplus there's something that we can do to go paperless. Because it is something where I'm sure there's an initial outlining of cost, and it's like eventually it would save, but if there's something where we have a surplus now that we can put towards that cost, I'm just curious if that's a possibility. I know that's, and would that be something that we need to do like right now?
Well, we'd want to make it come out of this particular surplus, we'd want it to be a purchase order issued between now and June 30th. But we've also sped up some spending that's going to help next year's budget. So, like the textbooks, for example. So, and I did that last year. We sped up some spending. So we're always helping the next budget. We're trying to. So there could be, I don't think that would be overly, depending, there's like board docs and stuff. I guess it depends. We'd have to look at what we want to do and the degree of that.
There's a very tiny piece of that I know I really, 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 really want to do. I do think board doc sounds good. I haven't really investigated it thoroughly, but the one piece I have looked at pretty thoroughly is the online policy tool that they have, which is sort of like you're putting your municipal code online. So you'd have an online document with links, hyperlinks that link to the code and link to each other, and then we would have a live searchable policy document, which we have right now. For those of you who have not investigated it thoroughly, is a whole series of PDFs, and you have to open each one. You can't search for a word across our whole policy manual. The cost for that, the first year cost is about $3,000, thousand, not million, $3,000. Second and subsequent years is like $2,000, $2,500. And so I'd really love to see us just do that with, out of our, $4 million, can I have $3,000 to make our policy documents more usable,
And
please?
just like one last thing in my wrench that I'm throwing in, I mean, we've heard a lot of concerns about transparency. One of our big barriers to transparency is our lack of technology on the board, because it's something where a lot of our stuff, because it's humans taking something and scanning it. I mean, it's like time to do it. And if it was just done, a lot of stuff would just be up on the web. And it wouldn't be that all of the, I mean, it's labor intensive now to do that. So it would just, I realize it would, whatever it is, if it's something that we could do sooner rather than later, I think there's an interest in it. If it's something we could wait till next year, fine, but I still think sooner rather than later would be great.
We'll look into it for you.
Awesome. So right now, but there's still the whole issue of what to put in the capital reserve. So can you make a recommendation to an amount, and we can see if there's a supermajority, which is 5 members, that would be interested in amending the agenda to vote on that?
Okay. Well, the recommendation is $8.5 million, and
which would leave how much to there for the potential reduction in tax levy?
I think I have that done, Bill. You can check my math, but I did this when I asked the questions. 4% is about $9 million, right? So we want to keep $9 million. Then he's saying 8.5. That's $17.5 million. Currently, we have 18.9, which is that magic number. So that leaves 1.4 left to do something else with, like defray the tax levy, and/or fund a different reserve and/or whatever we want in August.
And
Does
that
sound
number
about
will
right?
change.
Right,
So if
projected,
it's off-
projected.
If it's off 200,000 or 300,000, which it easily could be, you still have
8.5.
$1 million.
So can I get a motion to amend the agenda to vote on the resolution to put $8.5 million into the capital reserve fund? Mr. Owens moves, Ms. Savage seconds. All in favor of amending the agenda? That is 5 yay, and a.
Is that a
Oh, are you yes or? Oh, and a late yes. So that's a unanimous. With a fashionably late yes. So now, can I get a motion for the actual resolution? Ms. Adler, and a second. Mr. Owens. All in favor of the resolution that the sum of $8.5 million is hereby transferred from the unallocated fund balance to the capital reserve, and such transfer is to occur prior to June 30th, 2015. That is unanimous. And another question.
I promise it's a quick one, which is if we had done this 2 weeks ago, we could have done this as a discussion and not had to do this. I know it's a question of bravery, but next year, could you be 2 weeks more brave so that we don't have to do that? Because I'm
Right.
really not comfortable with doing that, but I understand the reasons to do this.
Right. No, I'm with you. There's a lot. We're working on a lot of stuff. This isn't the only thing we're working on.
Because this is late to be getting this. That's why I'm kind of.
Thank you very much. And I actually would like to entertain another motion to amend the agenda for she's right there. For the advanced placement process. I don't know. I quickly say this is PE. Because we're moving to the suburban council, some terminology has changed. So without that language terminology changed, there will be issues for our 7th and 8th graders participating. Ms. Cutting.
That's listed under the addendum to the agenda.
You're way ahead of me. I'm not surprised.
So this one of hers is in routine consent.
Now we are on to actions. Can I get a motion to approve the policies of Mr. Owens moves? Is there a second? Mr. Bruce seconds. Are there any set-asides? Ms. Adler, what would you like to set aside?
There is a set-aside. There's 2 policies. There is a set-aside. Are you suggesting you want to hurt me if I actually set it aside and take more time? Sorry. It is the staff use of personal electronic devices for work-related duties.
And I thought at the last board meeting that was pulled, so because you sent it back to rewrite and redo. And so...
The reason I'm saying is because I read it again, and that second sentence makes absolutely no sense to me based on the first sentence. Every time I read it, it just...
Right.
English-wise doesn't flow. It's like a if A then Q.
So,
and I understood that totally what you just said.
I
but
know.
I believe we were to take this back, and you asked us to redo to separate out staff, personal, students. We got into a big, long conversation about that.
Really, it's only, in fact, my issue with it is the second sentence shouldn't be in there at all because it makes no sense. Because it says we're authorizing use of personal electronic devices to carry out the job duties. And then we changed, and then it says in the new one, it says any staff use of personal electronic devices must not interfere with the performance of work responsibilities.
Right.
That makes no sense because we're letting them use. So all I'm saying is if you take that second sentence out,
I'm good.
I'm okay with it.
All
I
right.
still have my issue with people and phones and wanting a policy on it. But for this one policy, that second sentence looks like it should be out because it seems to be internally inconsistent.
So would you like to just strike it one more time? Let me go and fix it again? Or do you want to do a friendly amendment right now?
Are we comfortable with doing a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm friendly.
I will say it in the nicest, sweetest way. Ms. Adler, would you like to propose your sweet, friendly amendment?
Oh, yes, I would. Thank you so much, Madam President. I would like for the staff use of personal electronic devices for work-related duties to make a friendly amendment to delete the second sentence in that policy.
Mr. Owen seconds that friendly amendment. Do we all in favor of friendly amendment? I think it just is. Yeah. So we actually didn't vote on. I forgot to vote on. So let's do an all in favor of the wellness policy. We're so friendly. We're moving things around a bit tonight. So all in favor of the wellness policy. That is unanimous. So now we. I don't think we moved and seconded. I think we just discussed. So I'm going to ask for, can someone move to approve the use of personal electronic devices with the friendly amendment? Ms. Savage, a second. Mr. Bruce, all in favor of the personal electronic devices with the friendly amendment? That is unanimous. Next up in this exciting evening, we have routine consent. Could I get a motion for routine consent? Mr. Owens, can I get a second? Dr. Brandon, are there any set-asides? And please wait a second while I grab my pad of paper. Yeah.
Contracts, yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Where are we? Oh, routine.
All of contracts and employment agreement, David Erickson.
Delaware Community School, too. Yep. So that's the fourth.
So you're setting aside the authorization to enter into contracts?
Yes.
Okay, that's not the same as the health services contract, okay.
No.
And then you're also setting aside the human resource items?
No.
Sue is setting that aside. What were you setting aside?
David Erickson's contract. It's on the addendum.
All in favor of accepting routine consent with the exception of the human resource items?
Wait, one more.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Software license and support.
And where is that? Is that in the addendum as well?
It's a separate, yeah.
The fourth one down under routine.
Oh, right, got it. All in favor of routine consent with the exception of the contract to go with David Erickson, the human resources items, the authorization to enter into contracts, and the approval of software license and support renewals. That is unanimous. Can I get a motion for the contract for David Erickson? Ms. Adler, can I get a second? Mr. Bruce, is there any discussion?
Yes. Just find it. I just wanted to assure that JROTC without NDCC is okay in this contract because we received NDCC approval and not JROTC approval. They're two separate government programs. So the NDCC is actually where we pay the instructor and the sergeant, and JROTC is when the government actually pays those expenses. Most of the expenses.
So we need to change that language.
National Defense Cadet Corps.
And that's the name of the program?
That's the name of the program, yes. That was the club. Same thing. Yeah. So if we could just add that edit, it would be fine, which is just a /NDCC.
Okay.
All in favor of the approval with the contract with the note that it needs to have a /NDCC? That's unanimous. Can I get a motion to approve human resource items? Ms. Adler, a second, please. Mr. Bruce, is there any discussion?
So I have just a few questions, Kathleen. So first, under the temporary appointment, looking at 2E, the project coordinator position, is there a switch from that? Is there a switch from that person being in charge of 21st Century Grant and now, or is that what we're calling project coordinator? Is that the same thing?
That's what we're calling.
Okay, so that was the first question. And then the reason I set it aside after that question was that was number 37, number 39, and number 48, which I would like to be, I'd like voted on separately because I will be voting against those. That's curriculum writing. I mean, I will just state publicly that I've been against that before because I don't know the people are able to do it, and we even have a contract in here to learn how to write curriculum, so I'm really confused as to why we're continuing to pay people for curriculum writing. So that should be carved out, hopefully, set aside, so we can have a vote on those three things separately. Other than that, I have no problem with with voting on the human resource items.
37, 39, and what?
It's 37, 39, and 48.
All in favor? So, we already.
You could vote without those. You could vote and say consent agenda.
Right. So I'm going to make a motion to accept the human resource items except for numbers 37, number 39, and 48. We need a second now.
Can I get a second on that, Mr. Bruce? All in favor? Unanimous. Can I get a motion for human resource items 37, 39, and 48? Ms. Adler, can I get a second? Mr. Bruce, all in favor? That is Bruce, Savage, Farrell, and Brandon voting in the affirmative. Voting no, Adler, and Owens. Can I get a motion for authorization to enter into contracts? We already did that.
So what's being set aside? This sheet?
all of the yes. Kenny set aside all of the.
Can we do software next?
Oh, sure,
Sure.
No problem. Can I get a motion to approve the software license and support renewals? Mr. Bruce, can I get a second, please? Ms. Savage, is there any discussion?
Yes, please. First off, there's a new document that was loaded up to the website, which included details of the software license and support renewals. And I would just like that all of the contracts stand alone and we can fully understand what it's for, what the use is, without consultation. Further, which is going to come up in some other contracts, if there are measurables available for a previous program it's very similar, I'd like to have those measurables available also. So that's it for software licenses.
Any other discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Can I get a motion to enter into contracts? Mr. Bruce? Can I get a second? Dr. Brandon? Are there any set-asides? Or would you prefer set-asides or discussion?
Let's just discuss, yeah.
Let's discuss. Go ahead.
Okay, so Tammy Schillinger, there was an amount for that, right? $1,500? Okay, all right. So I'm good on that one. Action commercial service, we didn't have the not to exceed max amount. Is there a reason for that? I didn't get that question answered. I didn't get everything.
Yeah, she's the bottom. She's the last. Tammy Schillinger's the last one under 10,000. Got it.
All right, so this is for kitchen repair equipment. The way it works is there's fees in there, obviously, but they don't do the fees unless we call them and order the service.
Right. Don't most of these contracts have a not to exceed amount? Catherine actually has the amount from last year. Is that correct?
Yeah, the amount that I believe it was 18,000 was the max last year.
Okay.
It was explained to me that they were trying to get a figure from last year just to be able to give me a figure to present to the board. And action, I believe, was 18,000.
Can we just make it 20? And
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
yes.
Now, because these are all lumped together. Yeah, we're in kind of a pickle.
So withdraw your motion.
Why don't we withdraw the motion, just take the contracts one at a time?
Yes, thank you.
So, Kenny, I think you moved, so can you withdraw your motion?
Sure. Motion withdrawn.
And you withdraw your second? And Dr. Brandon, second.
Can we just do the under 10,000s as a chunk, though? Because
Yes. So why don't I get thank you. Can I get a motion for the under $10,000 contracts? Ms. Savage, can I get a second? Ms. Adler, all in favor of the under $10,000 contracts? That is unanimous. Can I get a motion for Action Commercial Service, Inc.? Anyone? Mr. Bruce, a second? Anyone?
With the amendment.
Oh, yes.
Not
I'm
to
sorry.
exceed 20,000.
With the amendment, not to exceed 20,000. Can I get a second on that? Ms. Adler, all in favor of Action Commercial Services with the amendment not to exceed $20,000? That is unanimous. Can I get a motion for Capital District YMCA? Ms. Adler, can I get a second? Mr. Bruce, any discussion?
Well, I don't have any questions. I just have, well, that's true. She might be up. So here, sure. I am not going to approve this. I personally want to approve this. My problem with it is that it, to me, is not in line with anything having to do with the 2020 vision, because it lists summer programs, but there's nothing in there about the actual measurable results. When you look at the Appendix A, it basically talks about where are we? I should take it back. Here's the story. It basically is a summer program for which measurable results have to do with a parent satisfaction survey, which the measure is whether or not parents think their child had a good experience in it, whether they think they had gains or social and emotional health. And to me, when we are having summer programs, the point of funding programs is that there is supposed to be some way in which they either provide a bulwark against losing academic progress made during the year, or in some way enhance them. So it's just, to me, it seems like we're basically paying for camp. And I don't have a problem with our doing something where there's fun embedded in it or a component, but when you read the measurable results, it does not appear to be, for me, an expenditure of $81,000 almost that is consistent with anything having to do with the gains that the students in those places need. And my second point is it talks about after-school programs, and I didn't see anything in the appendices about after-school. It seemed like it was a summer program. So I'm not sure why it says that it's after-school programs. And I know there was some question about data, but it seems like we're getting farther away from actual things that we can measure. So that's my thing about it.
No, that one's not. It's an A code.
Just chime in here.
It's an A code, yeah.
I think the WISE program came up once before, and somebody explained to us, it was either Alex or someone in the audience got up and explained to us that Y programs are not based, remember that? They're not academically based programs to begin with. She did it, and Alex asked the same question, though, that Sue is asking. But it was explained that the Y programs are not academically set up. So what I'm saying is, if you don't want to use, if you're looking for that from the WISE program, you're looking in the wrong place, because that's not the way they're structured. It's more, and I think this is a reading program. Is this a reading program?
In the summer, it's a given, right? Yeah,
it's a summer reading program the second half of the day. It's a full day, but the second half is reading. But if you're looking for something to base academics on, you're barking up the wrong tree with the why, because that was explained to us before.
Right, but my problem with it is that if there's reading going on, then we should have measurable results. Otherwise, we're taking $81,000 of money, putting into a program for children, and while they may have a reading program, we're either saying we don't care if they have gains, or no. I mean, that's for me personally. If it's not something where, a lot of these come to us and they've started finally on the back page to say 3%, 2%, whatever kind of gain, but this is, the answer that the Y doesn't do it, well, then let's find one that does, because otherwise this makes no sense. We have kids going backwards in levels 1 and 2, and 40% or 50% of our kids not on level. So we're paying $81,000, which is the cost of a teacher full-time during the regular school year, to have them go to a program which, while I get the point of having fun, we're a school district, there's a long summer. If there's a reading program, it should be one for which children at the end of it have better reading skills.
Or maybe
and that's
you can
measurable.
send the contract back. Maybe you can send, and whoever initiated it, now that they've heard your dialogue, can change the measurable part, because I'm sure they would know how the reading is going to help and what the measurements would be. I would think you just send the contract back and whoever put it in,
And is this
fill
the
in that
contract
part.
just for the second part of the day, and we're paying for the first part of the day through some other contract, or is this the contract for the whole day?
The whole day.
Okay, so they just need to change that to make it more
Just
clear
send it
what we're
back
doing.
and make the measurable part of it clearer for you. That's all.
Just a quick question. It is June 18th, and summer is happening in like 6 days, something like that. And I'm just curious if this contract needs to be passed tonight in order for it to happen over the summer.
Either that, or it would end up being a confirming order in July, and because what I'm not hearing is anyone say not have them deliver the program, but to clean up the issues related to this particular contract. So it would be a confirming order in July. We would fill out that form and do the square that says this is why.
So we could move, because we're not saying to not do the program, correct?
We're saying she wants measurable, how it's going to be measured. I just want to make
Right.
sure that the program can,
it's right at the end,
Right.
I don't want
Right.
Lindley to not have a program.
Right. And yeah.
That-
and the
and
other
that-
piece. I'm sorry.
No.
The other piece that I will say around their measurable, this is what they measured last year as well. So my assumption is, and again, remember, they have separate rules and regs that they have to follow. And my assumption is, since this has come back up again, that they are being asked to monitor parent satisfaction for their program. That may be what they're being asked for. And so let us do a little homework. You'll notice there's a different name at the top. They have a new executive director. They're in the middle of a shakeup right now. But let me go back and try to get you what you're looking for.
And the reason I'm saying it is also when you take a look at the contracts that we approved at the last board meeting, things like the Boys and Girls Club of Albany and Make a Play, those measurables, and I know they're different entities, but then if we can get it to read like that, or certainly next year we can have the conversation ahead of time when it's not like at the last moment, and I can then say, I'm not going to support it, give it to one of the programs that actually is willing to do something that's measurable.
So we're bringing that back. Next up,
Catholic Charities.
can I get a motion for Catholic Charities? Mr. Bruce, can I get a second? Anyone? Dr. Brandon, would you like to, you kind of moved your arm. You want to second that? I know. Can somebody second it so we can go? Ms. Savage, is there any discussion? Mr.
Yeah. I just have a quick question because it looks like the measurables are great. So, right. So I just want to understand what they're doing right and what can we buy some more of it.
Well, and actually, I wanted to distinguish between what I think is supposed to be here, which is the measurable and the intention of measurable results for next year, as opposed to this, which is a report on last year. And I think it's awesome, and we should maybe have both. Maybe we need to amend our form to say if this is a second or subsequent year of a program, we should have this, and we should have the true measurable results, which is what we're going to measure this year. That was my thing.
And to add to that, because we, did have a working retreat, and I'm looking at Jennifer, and we said this, we were talking about having something like the equivalent of what Anne's saying, which is sort of like a modern-day tickler file, because you're so much younger. But basically, for anything, the board seemed to have been all of the same mindset, that for anything that was not the first year of a contract, that has measurables as opposed to like an electrical work kind of thing that doesn't do that backside, then we would love and in fact maybe almost require that we get the measurables so we're looking at them, and so that's a great time to bring it up. My other question about the measurables, in addition to thank you Roz Gaines, who's not here, yay Roz, is who was doing the long-term data tracking, and was there some formal report in which this was that had this, and then Kenny, to go along with my note, was because this should be replicated, exclamation mark. So it would be great if, in addition to getting it in those few lines, that we were able to actually see the report that generated what Roz inserted in here. And again, it sounds like a best practice that we could then follow.
Yeah, my general question was, what was it? Just in, a couple sentences. What type of counseling? You're not sure. Okay, all right. Can we just get that as an update question or answer, rather?
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Fantastic. Next up, can I get a motion for the Center for Educational Leadership? Mr. Owens, can I get a second? Dr. Brandon, is there any discussion? Ms. Adler?
Yes.
Mr. Bruce.
Oh, go ahead. I was just wondering, so Cell is evaluating somebody else. Who actually did the work? I thought Cell was actually doing this work.
Cell is doing this work. However, the studio classrooms are embedded within the math-science partnership, which requires an evaluation of the activities tied to the model. So there's going to be an evaluator to evaluate the effectiveness of this math-science work versus the entire studio classroom.
Okay, so they actually hire the third-party evaluator?
Correct.
Quickly. So, no, it is quick because I messed up at the last. I just have a question for Bill, I think it is, maybe, or the superintendent. So, I had gone back and checked on this Cell stuff, and I knew that it mirrored exactly what we had gotten about the stuff that was going to be studio classroom this year. But when I went and checked just to make sure, when I went and checked the document that you had given us, this one, with all the information on it, it's the one that lists the years of the summary of studios. I realized that at the last board meeting, when we approved the Cell contract for $87,000 for the 6 through 8, for the secondary math and literacy, it listed a general fund, and I just wanted to verify that I got it right, but next to it was that code. So is that denoting that it is both a general fund and, I can throw it over to you, is that denoting that it is a general fund and a grant? Because I know that that's what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, there are two funding streams for the math.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all, the only question I had. I wanted to make sure I got it right. I was reading it right. It says general fund, and it says A and then numbers. So that's the grant piece, the A with the numbers after it?
A is a
General fund.
Then that's my question. When you look at the document that we approved at the last board meeting, it looks like it only shows general fund expenditure. That's why I was checking. And yet, when you look at the summary of the studios for Studio Classroom, it says that the math 6 through 8 and the literacy 6 through 8 and whatever's on that $87,000 contract we approved in the beginning of June, that it says CEL hyphen general fund, but I thought there was supposed to be a grant, no?
There is a grant for the MSP that we're talking about that's over here.
All right. Well,
Karen.
thank you for explaining it.
Forget
No, you just explained it. Thank you. I can save you coming up. Thank you.
Was this mine?
All in favor? That is unanimous. Can I get a motion for Equinox Inc.? Mr. Owens, can I get a second? Mr. Bruce, is there any discussion?
Yeah. Actually, this is the same question from last time. Is this a new effort by Equinox? So can we in the future have last year's measurables, which was already mentioned? Other than that, I have no questions.
And my question is, it talks about a district homeless liaison. at the risk of sounding ignorant, who's our district homeless liaison?
Right now, it's Stan Harper until he assumes the superintendent position in Salmon River.
Oh, okay, so the director of PPS director is the person who's also the district homeless liaison. Great. And then the other question I have is there's, on page 2 of the Equinox thing, they have this long, page 1 and 2, they talk about a .33 full FTE, full-time equivalent, case manager, and this list of like 9 bullets. Am I reading it correctly that a third of an FTE is supposed to be fulfilling the 9 bullets that are there?
The 9 bullets. 6, 7, 8, 9. Page 3.
And then just flip it over and you'll see all the bullets. So at the very, very bottom it says .33 FTE case manager. And then when you flip over the page, Dr. V, you see those 9 bullets, which to a layperson like me looks like a lot of work. And I'm just trying to figure out if a third FTE, are those all the duties of the case manager?
But the case manager will act as a liaison between and among. So, example, I don't expect a case manager to distribute the grade level school supplies, but I do expect the case manager to make sure that the students that are residing in Equinox have their school supplies. So they're working between the school, the family, and the child.
Thank you very much. That answers my questions then.
All in favor of Equinox? That is unanimous. Can I get a motion for Jane Graham's DBA JG Consulting? Anyone? Mr. Bruce, second. Ms. Adler, discussion.
Yeah, I asked for more information on this or the RFP. It feels like a decent amount of money with not a lot of information.
This is the residency verifier that we use that actually knocks on the doors of charter school students to make sure that they actually live there and that they're real students. So we need to only find like 5 students a year to break even on this. It's over $14,000 per student.
Okay.
All in favor? That is Savage, Owens, Adler, Farrell, Brandon. Oh, it is? I thought you didn't have your hand up.
No, I'm opposed.
Oh, you're fashionably late? It's unanimous.
No, I'm opposed.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Everybody except for Kenny is yes. Kenny is opposed.
Well,
We don't have to
I'm not opposed with the concept. I'm just opposed with the... I asked for the RFP or more information. I didn't get it, so I'm opposed.
You have every right for that. Go ahead.
I have the RFP, but I did not post it. I didn't send it.
It's
My
still
bad.
passed, so we're all good.
Yeah.
You can send it to us anyway.
Yeah. He still would like to see it, and that he should, but we can move on. Can I get a motion for leadership and learning? Just Houghton Mifflin is easier. Mr. Owens, a second. Why, I might just... Mr. Bruce, seconds. Is there any discussion? Ms. Adler.
Go ahead.
First, I'm going to have a lot of problems with this. So the first one is it's dated April 1st, 2015. So I'm a little confused about, we're being asked to vote on something that it looks like the services were in many ways, most of them provided. So it looks like, according to my calendar, it's almost 3 months overdue. So that was my first problem. The second one is that it is, when I turn it over, it talks about this, getting 2 books and getting this curriculum design again. And this, I know, is not the first time that I've, in my tenure here, voted on curriculum, because I remember the phrase, rigorous curriculum design. And the problem is, even with all the rigorous curriculum design and PD on it, we're still not got curriculum up and running. And I really don't have, I'm not going to vote to pay for something when I still can't figure out why Shaker can get a free social studies from Putnam and they can differentiate it, and we are actually starting from the ground up, which is a much more Herculean task. So that is my reason for not voting for this. So that's all my discussion.
Oh.
She wants to go home. She called her husband. She didn't answer.
Well, I'm just the measurable results are not really measurables. It just talks about, it explains what a vertical curriculum review is.
Ready to vote?
That we're even. Apparently, I know the dates seem out of whack. Karen is here. Have you used this? Have you used this already and we're paying for it late? Or do you have plans for using this? Well, my 2 cents on this is, because I asked you at the last meeting, what did you need to get this thing going? I mean, you gave us the curriculum update, you told us what you needed, and you told us how soon you were going to have it ready. And to me, not to vote for this is like not supporting what you're trying to do. And right now, it's your job to do it. And so that's why I say I don't understand why we.
Can we just call the vote?
The only thing I want to just say, Rose, since this is a discussion, is this is not to undercut. This is my making it clear that, as far as I'm concerned, going and training people who are not curriculum specialists for a couple of days with books is not the way to go.
I'd like to call the question. All in favor? That is Bruce, Savage, Owens, Farrell, Brandon in favor. Any against? That is Adler against. It passes. Next up, we've got Lexicate Learning, Inc. Can I get a motion for Lexicate? Bruce, can I get a second? I feel like I'm now doing an auction. Anyone for a second on Lexicate Learning? Ms. Savage, any discussion? Ms. Adler.
You know, Rose, it's not that there's a problem. There's money being expended, and it's my job. And so you can leave if you want, but I'm going to actually ask my questions. So now, if you could talk to yourself and not let me hear, it'd be great. So if you go now to Exhibit B, page 2, you go down to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but the 5th bullet. It talks about the proposal that students were going to receive usernames and passwords with access available on, and it lists all sorts of technology. And I guess my concern, if somebody could explain this to me, is that because it talks about student and teacher technology, are the kids who are participating in this, do they have the technology to use it? Is this being funded separately? How is this working? My understanding, obviously, with ELL is that oftentimes these are some of our least, these are most economically challenged families. So I guess I'm concerned. I want to make sure that the money we're spending on the program is actually going to have an impact because there's technology that they will be able to access.
I'm not quite sure of your question. But the fact that we have a tool that can actually help our Karen-speaking students, which we haven't been able to find, to help them with English language grammar, we will work with them to learn how to use that technology. But if that's what you're asking, obviously we will help them learn that, as well as meet the English language requirements.
Oh, no, I totally support that. I wanted to find out if we are providing technology for them, because the hardware, because it says from school and from home.
Correct.
So are we as part of this program providing them not just access at school, but also at home? In other words, are we able to do that for them? I think it's a wonderful program. It's just, this is the only vehicle for asking, we sort of ask these questions about this. That's the only, it's not a bad program, just wondered if we're able to provide them everything so that they utilize the program to its fullest before the school year begins.
Got it. All right. So let me go back and find out that answer. I would guess with this number that the answer is no, but if they had technology available, then they would be able to access the program. But I will check for you and get that back to you.
All in favor? That is unanimous. Next up, can I get a motion for Malloy James Inc.? Mr. Owens, a second by Mr. Bruce. And discussion, anyone?
Yeah, 60% bill, is that the standard markup on labor?
Well, we actually put this out for public bid, and that's what the market's telling us. That was the lowest price.
Okay.
And we legally, we advertise and...
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. All in favor?
All in favor? Unanimous. Next up, Northeast Association Rehabilitation. Mr. Bruce moves, Ms. Adler seconds, and discussion. Go ahead.
This is not the first time we've gotten this contract, and this is not the first time I've said this. And that is, we continue to have vague, measurable results. Basically, special ed came and they told us how nice the thing was, and I get it. But the problem every time for me is that for all the multi-years of the contract, it just says what job coaches will do. It's sort of aspirational. And I just think it's about time that we had some sort of indication that, in fact, there are transferable skills. Like, what were the skills in the beginning, and then what are the skills at the end? What are the different kinds of experiences? It just basically, this has come. I say the same thing every time, and just want to point again to the fact that I'm not indicting the program, but at what point in the multi-year contracts we give to Northeast Associates and do we find out if actually it's more than just kids going and having a discussion or getting to the job site, and there's actual something with special ed that's actually sticking for them. So that's my criticism.
All in favor? That is everyone except for Sue. And anyone against? Ms. Adler. Motion passes. There's a request to bundle the Parsons. Is there any issue with that? Can I get a motion to approve the 3 Parsons Child and Family Center contracts for behavioral management services, mental health clinic, and mental health services. Mr. Owens moves. A second, please. Mr. Bruce, any discussion?
Dr. V, can you explain to me why we contract out to Parsons for the kinds of behavioral specialists and psychologists, and this is not something that we actually work and hire actual employees to do that, sort of to amp up our own behavioral specialist crisis teams in our schools? And then that's one question. And then the second question is, I know that for the contract for Hackett/ALC program, I was wondering if you could just explain why the schools are combined, because, and I may just be ignorant of this, so I know Hackett's under the SIG grant, but ALC, I'm not sure why that was combined. So those are my two questions. Thanks.
On the first one, which is, North Albany, it's not necessarily the first one. It just looks like the contract amounts 1 FTE, 3.2 FTEs, and it's $30,000. It seems like maybe the decimal points are off or something. Thank you, Anne. Right.
Oh, no. Dr. V, do you have any answers?
I mean, part of the reason why we have those services, as you can tell, is we can do that work for mental health services in a much more financially stable position. And those partners are providing services for our kids at times when our staff is not required to come to work. So between the two, you have to contract services with other people. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Aces, all in favor? That is unanimous. Good news, we're near the end of the list. Can I get a motion for the Research Foundation, SUNY? Mr. Bruce, a second. Mr. Owens, discussion.
So the way I read this contract is that it is actually for an evaluation of the 21st Century grant, program. But I thought that we had actually had, so there are two questions. One, I thought we actually had the evaluation rolled into the 21st Century grant before. In other words, I thought it was under some other contract, and if I'm wrong, please just let me know. And then the second was that I thought that the $60,000 evaluation seems a little high for doing a one-year assessment of the grant. So if you could speak to that, it seems.
Well, it might seem high, but we obviously we're required to pay for personnel from SUNY Research to the degree in which they will commit time to do the work. We're required, obviously, to do those fringe benefits, et cetera, which always will work on the cost. We also have an indirect cost from the university that is not negotiable. And so between all of those things, while we get the best research team, we have to meet those obligations.
I guess the only other thing I wanted to mention is I know at the budget time, we allocated $80,000 in the budget, which I opposed, for, again, to go to the Research Foundation for the State University of New York to do work for us. And I guess I'm just repeating that I think that we are spending a lot of money that's going out to the Research Foundation, whether through the budget or through separate contracts, and there is something that feels wrong about funding that organization and not trying to bring the work in-house when there's this kind of money being, that's going out. So that's why I'm opposed to it.
And I understand that at some level, but we have to bid. The 80,000 is actually an RFP that we're working on right now. Is sent out to bid. It doesn't necessarily mean that this particular group will earn that RFP. And the second piece, of course, is we're talking about researchers. We're not talking about folks that are can manage information and make the bar graphs work. We're talking about somebody setting up a research design so that, again, we keep talking about, are these things successful? And you have to have researchers to answer that question.
All in favor? That is Bruce, Savage, Owens, Farrell, Brandon. In favor. Against? Adler. Next up, St. Catherine Marillac Shelter. Can I get a motion, please? Mr. Bruce, a second. Mr. Owens, discussion? All in favor? That is unanimous. Can I get a motion for UniFirst Corporation? Mr. Owens, a second. Ms. Adler, any discussion?
Yeah, this just needs a not to exceed amount also.
I spoke with Tammy on this also, and she came up with a figure of 20,000. And I apologize because I thought that they were in Sue's. I'm sorry. It's time for me to be out of it. I thought it was on Ann's questions. It was not?
I asked that, yeah. None of my questions were answered. There were all of these.
Tough week. Well, I apologize.
So the 20K, that's fine.
All in favor of UniFirst Corporation with a not to exceed $20,000. That is unanimous. We have reached the end of routine consent, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I don't see College Board on my list.
We didn't set that.
You meant to set that aside?
I didn't hear it. Maybe it was, but.
No, she pulled that out. All right, can I get a motion for College Board? Mr. Owens, second. Mr. Bruce, any discussion?
So I have a question. Is this contract, Dr. V, for paying for what Promise did this year? In other words, having everybody in the high school taking the, I'll just leave it at that. Is this basically us taking over payment of what Promise paid for this year, or is it a different situation?
Nope, same situation. All sophomores take the PSAT, juniors and seniors the SAT.
Is there a reason Promise isn't paying for it this year?
Well, I think for me, I try really hard to take ownership of the work that we're going to do. This is important for the district in secondary transformation, and so we need to begin to own it. So I took it back because it's a part of the work that I think we should do.
Okay, so then thank you for that answer. So my problem with this and why I'm voting against it is I actually don't think it's a great thing to have kids have to sit for an exam that is a high school level when we know they're sitting in the high school and they're reading at a 5th grade or a 7th grade level. And I think the numbers of what had occurred when Promise paid for it this year and everybody was congratulating themselves on it were very sad, because I think there were a lot of us in the audience there at SUNY that thought that having kids take it and scoring 200s or 300s on an SAT doesn't do a lot for one's psyche. So I am vehemently against this happening at the high school in this way, when what we should be doing is figuring out who isn't reading anywhere near a PSAT, SAT level, and actually having them read rather than having them stare at an exam that they can't make sense out of.
And while I want to agree at some level, Ms. Adler, we're talking about equity and access and kids that would not normally take the SAT or PSAT. We're using the PSAT as a diagnostic tool to help find out where our kids have the gaps. Our counselors are meeting with kids to make sure they're in the courses that will get them in alignment. I really want to back that up to middle school, since we talked about college and career, so that they take the place or plan or whatever the new name is at that juncture. So while I would agree with that, it actually gave us an awful lot of information that's helping drive the curricular changes at the high school, because we're not preparing kids to do that work. And I do think it's important for us, and eventually I would love for us to get rid of one of those regions at some point and just name one of the college exams and be done with it. But that's later on down the road, far down the road.
All in favor? Bruce, Savage, Owens, Farrell, Brandon, in favor? Against? Adler? We are now done with routine consent. Next up, board committees. I can tell you that the next up, board committees, I can tell you briefly, I know facilities we met. And we met to talk about ensuring that we have a public discussion on the material that will be used for the turf field. We had wonderful news that our plan was approved by SED, so we want to make sure that we share some of the knowledge that we've gleaned on turf, and give the public an opportunity to ask questions if they have any, and or share their thoughts. So that is facilities. Anything else I missed in that? And were there any other board committees? Fabulous. Board member items. Are there any? You'll be all happy to know it's only 7:27, so. Yes. And then is there any, it's not time for public comment, so. Is there any other business? Dr. Brandon.
Did anybody get any information yet via text or whatever? Was the showing halfway decent for the brighter choice? Beg your pardon, dear? How many? 55. And we already had 70? Oh. I heard 70 from somewhere. Including tonight. So you have 70? Okay, I just was curious about that. I heard, I saw, when the name for this school is, will it come before the board for our new middle school? Will that come before the board? Who named it? I need to know who named it.
No,
And I want to know if it's coming before the board for the final decision to be made. That's what I want to know.
I was going to say, I'll admit I named it because we're filling out paperwork as fast as possible to get that school approved by the Department of Education. It's a temporary site for 1 year, and so we made the decision.
Okay. Well, would have been nice if we'd have been. I just saw it in an update, and I said to myself, "Gee, that's nice." That's my reaction also. Just a little bit of. Well, no, not to. No.
You can still do that. The paperwork's still
we
sitting on my
desk. We
desk.
didn't have to name it, but I just would have liked to have been in the mix, you know.
What would you like?
I like the name. I really do, but I was just wondering how it came about. Okay, last question. No. Now you had sent out. Excuse me, Madam President. You had sent out a change date for that August to the 26th, but Super has moved it back to the 20th, right? For the August meeting.
Yes, and the superintendent actually wanted to take a vacation this summer, and so I had requested to move the date, but unfortunately, because of different fiscal things, Bill again,
and
we had to move it back. So hopefully I encouraged her to look to a different week, and we'll definitely facilitate anything we can so she can have a vacation this summer.
And I want to thank Tonda for the, in that 615 update, all of the update on the West Hill Middle School. That was really concise. Was that Karen or? No, this says Tonda. It was on your, okay. Thank you very much. It was a nice update. I appreciate that. That's it from me. Thank you.
So I have a quick on other business. I wanted to find out if I know there have been requests over the years for, and I mentioned this at our retreat, school board updates to be on the website. And I'm embarrassed to say that I haven't checked the website myself, so they're not there. Okay, so other than the fact that there are some things that might be in updates from week to week that might be confidential, but those should be redacted. But based on what is public and what the public has a right to know, and transparency, and avoiding, as somebody put recently, FOIL requests, heading them off, SBUs should be up on, and I keep looking at Ron, SBUs should be posted on our website, and they should be up there. And if that's something that the board needs to discuss, I thought that was something we all...
You discussed it a couple of days ago.
No, but that wasn't the first time. It came up, but we have discussed it before as a board because it's been asked for by the public.
Isn't it great that we're talking about paperless? Going paperless.
I would like to not leave. Right. I don't really want to keep kicking the can down the road because it's been brought up by the public. I assumed it was being done since there's no privilege to most of the stuff that's in there, and I just do not feel comfortable constantly moving it forward.
I think that since I've been on the board, we've talked about it twice, 2 days ago and just now. So I would say let us mentally put some sort of a date around when this might happen, and then we can talk about it again. So let's say the beginning of next academic year, next week, Dr. V says. I was going to be much more generous. So let's say a month from now, and then
or
we'll
at
get
the
it
next board meeting, we should hear something by.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. I believe now I can look for a motion to adjourn. Ms. Savage with a second by Mr. Owens. All in favor? I'm assuming that's unanimous, although people's hands are not up. It's unanimous. Thank you very much, and thank you so much to everybody that stayed. Props to Mr. Carrera that stayed to the end.